Really? This meeting is called in order, called to order, and we have the invocation by Minister Eddie Sermon from Paradise Church.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for another opportunity, Lord, to do things that are pleasing in thy sight, Lord. Let us do things that grow our community and bring us together. We humbly ask that this meeting, hearts and minds be clear. And you tell us in your word, in all that getting, get an understanding. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a reminder before we get started, if you have cell phones, I would like for you to silence it or You cut it off. If you need to make a phone call or answer a call, please step out of the chamber room. And also, there will be no outbursts. There will be no hand clapping and none of that. And public comments. There will not be no personal comments. If I detect that, I will have you escorted out of this meeting. And I hope I'm making myself clear. There's no second chance. This is your final warning now. With that being said, we'll have approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move to take off the the request for bid item under the
Just
consent.
approve the agenda, please.
Again, I'm taking an item off the consent agenda.
What agenda? What item is?
Yeah, so that's going to be the one for
Well, we ain't
274,000.
got to that one yet.
Mr. Mayor, if it's under the consent agenda, we cannot approve the agenda.
What I'm saying, when we get to that one, can you approve the agenda?
Mr. City Attorney, can you
No,
clarify this?
excuse me.
Mr. Mayor,
Address me.
Mr. Mayor, again, I'm telling you, the consent agenda, if we're moving to approve the agenda, by rights of Robert's rules, okay, I am within my rights to remove an item off the consent agenda before it is approved. That is why it's called a consent agenda. There is no waiting to remove an item off the consent agenda when we're having to vote on it. So, by rights, it is off of the agenda, off the consent agenda. Now, it may be placed back on the regular agenda, or it can be tabled for a time further. I've done this a few times already. We've done this before. This isn't anything new.
Commissioner Fletcher, which item is it under the consent agenda that you're wanting to discuss in greater detail?
So my understanding is the one for the request for build, I believe it was. I don't have the agenda pulled up at this moment, but I was reviewing it earlier. It's for $274,000 for the right lane.
So
Correct?
it looks like it's paragraph E of the consent agenda, request for bid, right turn lane south on Northwest 104th Terrace Award. Is that
Yes,
what?
that is correct. That's the one.
Okay. And it's your intent that this needs further discussion and therefore should not be placed on the consent
Yes,
agenda?
$274,000 is a bit of money, and I'd like to have a discussion on understanding it better and how it benefits our community.
So, Mr. Mayor, if the intent is that there be discussion on an item in the consent agenda, then that technically automatically pulls it off of the consent agenda. So I think that if that's where we're at, then we need to have discussion on the item that the commissioner's intending that there be some discussion about this particular item E on the consent agenda.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Um, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the attorney.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Sorry.
Attorney,
Yes, go ahead.
will this item be placed on the agenda? Do we determine
You can
where?
do it one of two ways. You can have it placed on the agenda for this evening, if that's what the will of the commission is, or you can have it for a date certain in the future, either one of those.
What was your favor?
I just want to have a discussion about it based on the, what's the word? The amount of content our agenda has for tonight. It's more of a feedback of what my other commissioners would like, if we would like to talk about this at the next commission meeting, or if we want to try and fit it in tonight. And then if time allows, we'll do that again, or we'll just push it off to the next one if we run out of time tonight.
If our manager could speak to if this is a time-sensitive matter or it's something that we can continue to a date certain in the future.
Mr. Mayor, we can pull this item from the agenda and staff can present it at the next city commission meeting.
Thank you.
I would support that.
I will also, Mayor.
And I will also, Mayor.
And I also, so now, can we have?
Yep.
It's already been approved.
No, I think Jacob's going to take.
Okay. I'll move to approve the agenda with item E under the consent agenda being tabled to a date uncertain for the city manager to present to us.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second. And now we will have a call for public comments on the motion.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Soria Lindberg. I have two comments about the adoption of the agenda. First, when you said no public feelings or comments or sentiments, I can see where that is true for quasi-judicial items. Is there anywhere in the code that says you cannot do it for the legislative hearing, which would be the first farmlands item? Because according to Florida Supreme Court case SC 95686, it says the first district reasoned that all comprehensive plan amendments involve policy formation rather than application because all comprehensive plan amendment requests, regardless of size, require the government entity to determine whether it's socially desirable to reformulate the policy. So personal feelings is socially desirable. That's my first comment. I want to add a second one while I have my time running. And that is I request an item be added to tonight's agenda before the public hearings because it directly relates to those applications. On May 21st, there was a joint planning and zoning board and city commission workshop in this room, attended by the city's land use attorney and the planner for the farmlands application. Public records show there was no published notice, there was no video, and no minutes. So we don't have a record of what was discussed. This is a concern, but if you put it on the agenda tonight, it will bring the matter into the sunshine and allow the commission to state on the record what occurred and whether any communications or positions relevant to the current applications were made. We love living here and are paying attention. Please help the public record straight. You can see how that would look to folks like us on the outside. So I would love to know where it says in the code that you will not accept public feelings on a legislative item, and also if you can have any clarity about what happened at that workshop, because if there was a video, we wouldn't have any questions. I don't know why it was not recorded in this room, so thank you.
Mayor, I
Thank
will
you.
defend somebody's right to come up and disagree with our opinion. That is their right under a democratic form of governance. We have, under our rules of procedure, a rule of civility. And what you stated to begin the meeting is directly from our rules of civility, which is persons shall speak only when recognized by the presiding officer, that's you, Mr. Mayor, and at that time refrain from engaging in personal attacks in derogatory or offensive language. Comments from citizens being made at a time other than during the period titled Citizen Comments on Subject of Choice should be focused on the issue at hand. Outbursts will not be tolerated, and those who do not conduct themselves in a respectful and lawful manner shall be subject to removal as outlined in the Commissioner's Rules of Procedure. It shall be the responsibility of each individual to demonstrate civility as the rule of law in the city of Alachua. That's what you were referring to when you opened our meeting. And that's what we adhere to. Personal attacks, ad hominem attacks on people, clapping outbursts, that sort of thing. It is very much against the law, especially in quasi-judicial hearings, to say, okay, I want a show of hands. Do you support this? Do you reject this? And again, we defend the notion of disagreeing in a civil manner. That's what you were referring to when we started, and that is incorporated into our rules in the city of Alachua.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, since the question was also about the legislative matters that you'll hear this evening, particularly the comprehensive plan amendment application, due process does apply to those proceedings, and it's different according to whether you're the applicant or a member of the general public. But in all cases, what outbursts, cheering, jeering, clapping, and booing do is create a hostile atmosphere, and it intimidates those citizens who might wish to come forward to the podium to speak for or against the issue that's before the commission. So in a very even-handed manner, we maintain civility and proper decorum here to protect everybody's rights to not be afraid to come forward to speak.
Thank you. Is there any more public comments?
Mr. Mayor, is it just on one subject or just in general? All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and Madam Clerk. My name is Abronsi Martin, and before I go any further, in the citizen of Alachua, good evening. I am a candidate for Alachua County Court Judge. A little change in subject here. There's an election on August 18th. It's a primary election. A lot of times people don't really focus on the primary election, particularly in local matters. But as you can see this evening, you all know that local officials impact your life more than anybody else on the state level and on the federal level. So in essence, I'm here because people are not necessarily always familiar with judges, a judicial candidate, and for lack of a better term, to give you an opportunity to get a look at me and learn a little bit more about who I am. And so I've been an attorney here in Alachua County for 28 years. I'm currently a felony division chief at the Office of the Public Defender, a former bar president, a former chair of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Alachua County. So I've been married for 28 years. I have 3 kids. The oldest 2 are Eagle Scouts. That probably go most to their mother, but I'm gonna take a little credit for that as well. Judges don't make campaign promises, but I do think it's important to tell you what I believe in. I believe in consistency, I believe in transparency, and I believe in integrity of purpose, which basically means that if everyone's not going to always agree with what decisions a judge make, but you always got to believe it was made in good faith. Yeah. All right, so remember the election on August 18th. I hope that you come out and vote. I have an event in Newberry just around the corner, down the street a little bit, at 190 Northwest 266th Street. It's at 6 o'clock. I hope that some of you can make the trip over and we can have a conversation one-on-one. It is important that you know your judiciary. It's important that you engage with your judiciary. We are not isolated. We impact lives, and I realize that. And I hope to earn your trust that you will entrust me that awesome power that judges have to do the right thing. So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Abronsi.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted him to know I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
I'm a land use attorney for the city, not the clerk.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's in the back somewhere. That's okay.
I apologize.
No worries.
I've been corrected many times before, so I appreciate it.
It's okay. I get confused with the court reporter many times too, so.
Good day, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, as well as the city manager and attorneys. Thank you for having us today. I would like to ask on the agenda again that we get answers.
Your name.
My name's Sarah Younger. I'm here as a local resident of Alachua County, and I would like to add that I am also very concerned about what happened on May 21st. I think it's an important part of our discussions tonight is to the farmlands proposal, and we'd like to know exactly what was presented and how we might learn more about what you all have already learned. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you want us to address that? There was a training session for the elected and appointed officials on the City Commission and the Planning Commission, sponsored by the Florida chapter of the American Planning Association. There were no specific applications discussed, no specific projects, simply a primer on land use law, zoning law, those types of things, how to conduct public hearings, etc. So I assure you, nothing that any of these commissioners would have been voting on at any point in time was discussed.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Samantha King, but I go by Zoe. I wanted to bring up something about County Road 235. I understand that it's a county road, but in the past it was brought up about the speed limit on that road. Right around when Fletcher Trace was getting approved to start the build, I think it was towards the end of last year. I bring it up because most people are aware there was a fatal accident on that road today. I know that you guys cannot, it's a county road, but I know that you guys hold a little bit more weight than the residents. So I'm asking if you guys could consider having a conversation with the county about reducing the speed limit from, I believe it's Northwest 173rd Street into 441 on County Road 235. That, while it's a complete tragedy what happened to the woman this morning, that intersection, if it was a week ago, would have had kids sitting right there because that's a bus stop. I don't know what caused the accident, but that road, literally the 157 backs up to my backyard. My backyard ends on that road. So I'm very aware with the speed and everything that goes on that road as well. So with that in mind, I just ask that you guys maybe consider having that conversation with the county about reducing the speed because if I remember correctly, it's 55 or 60 that whole way through just until you come up to right before the gas station, then it starts to drop down. There are some sidewalks, yes, but not all the way. And especially in the morning times when the kids are out there, there's also not a lot of lights. And I would hate for, as we continue to add houses over, Fletcher Trace and also all of these semi trucks and everything that come down that road, for that to happen to a child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilee Malwitz Gibson. I'm a resident of Fort White. However, I did work on Main Street for 7 years, and my children went to the Montessori that was over here, and they also went to Alachua Learning Center. I am deeply invested in this community in more ways than just living in Fort White. I'm a water advocate. I'm very concerned about what I'm seeing on your agenda, and any time that I actually have been coming here recently, the housing developments, the anthropogenic influences that you are putting and stressing on the Florida aquifer are unsustainable. What y'all should be looking at is a moratorium on housing and these development projects that impact our waterways, our shared waterways. The amount of deforestation and changes to the landscape impact the water in ways that you are not ready for, nor is your grandchildren or the future of the next generations here or in our basin in general. The wastewater from Jacksonville JEA plant over at Buckman, of all places, that they want to send to us, half of their wastewater that goes out to sea every day, 80 million gallons of water goes out to sea every day. They want to send us, the state, 40 million to us, our basin. It's not necessarily to recharge the springs in the Ichetucknee or the Santa Fe River. It's really to provide you all water for your housing development. There is not enough fresh water. I've been attending these meetings since 2006, sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly, sometimes yearly. I've been there more than just about anybody else you see in this room in terms of these meetings. There is not enough fresh water. They tried to give us 72 million gallons of this treated wastewater and inject it into Falling Creek in 2010, between 2010 and 2012. We were all able to stop it then. If we get this 40 million gallons of wastewater, you will have enough water to build your homes, but you won't have enough money for the health care that you're going to have to provide for your residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we need to take a vote on the agenda before we move on to public comment, not on items not on the agenda.
We'll take a vote. It's been moved to second, so we'll have a voice vote.
Start with.
Commissioner.
Could you just
Mr.
clarify
Mayor, I
for me
think
where
you'd
you are?
want to clarify if the individual at the podium is wanting to speak on the motion to approve the agenda or they're waiting for public comment.
You may speak, I'm sorry.
Are you, he's asking, are you,
Yes, apologies. I arrived late. I was
this is
rushing
just
from
on
work.
the emotion and the change of the agenda.
Okay, and I would like to know what that change is on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I had the item E regarding the road extension on the right lane pulled off of the agenda. And so it's the motion right now is to have it tabled to a date uncertain for the city manager to put it on the as a formal agenda item at a later date.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak in support of that change. However, I would like to ask that the commission add to it, which I've heard two previous speakers address, what is being classified, I guess, as a training session that took place where there were multiple members of the elected body and multiple members of the appointed Planning and Zoning Board in attendance. And according to the Government and the Sunshine Law, it states that any meeting of two or more fellow government officials who are subject to the Sunshine Law are not allowed if any words of any type pertaining to any possible foreseeable issue will be communicated in any way unless they are open to the public to whom which reasonable notice has been provided. There should have been notice provided of that meeting. So let's all like look at what I read, what the training thing was. Okay. First of all, a lot of the training information in the Robert's Rules of Order, that is in your rules, your commission rules of procedures, which you vote on, which is part of code. Okay. Some of the issues that were trained to you about legislative and quasi-judicial, those are in your code, which you vote on. So you all may be thinking you're having a casual lobbying session with the applicant and the attorney, which is what this really was, because I don't know why an applicant would be part of that, right? So this should have been a publicly noticed meeting. Minutes should have been taken, and the public should have been allowed to attend this, and it should have been recorded. There was information provided at the request of a public records request for the information provided. So I guess that would qualify it as a public record at a public meeting. So if it's classified as a public record and qualifies in response to a public records request, the only time that would really apply would be if it was in a public setting. So you all, in my opinion, seriously violated the Florida statutory law for open meetings. And the remedy for that is that those in attendance could be removed from office. So the land use attorney can give us her opinion of that. I don't buy it. Because answer me, why was Mr. Diedenbach there? He's the applicant.
I advise y'all again.
No, Mr. Chair, this is my 3 minutes, sir.
I advise the audience, please.
I get to
no
have
speaking.
3 minutes here, and I get to have free speech. Okay.
Long as in respect.
Well, you are not respecting me, sir, and it was in
no,
your
I
training.
heard comments in the back.
It was in your training to not interrupt the citizens.
I can call order.
I am not out of order, sir.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to those.
Then you need to reset my time because you are using it.
Ms. Lynn, she was at 30 seconds, please. She needs 30 seconds to finish.
I will not be shut down.
I'm not trying to shut you down.
So just saying. Okay, under Florida law, there is no such thing as a quote informal conference or quote unofficial caucus or pass you by in the hallway information gathering or sharing by two or more government officials subject to the Sunshine Law, which would thereby remove any communications from the Sunshine's Law ambit. Indeed, such innocuous meetings have been held to be illegal and nothing short of unlawful. Crystallization of secret decisions to point just short of public discussion and ceremonial acceptance. You violated the law.
Don't do that. Officer, move him out. This guy right here. Move him out of this. I told you no clapping. I told you no clapping.
But I support
No clapping is what I mean. You are excused. You have to leave.
Okay, you're
You have to leave.
You should be voted out of office. It's okay.
He's an affected party. Does that change anything?
So I'm an affected party. I live right across the street from this damn Walmart thing. Giving that to her. We're Walmart. Doing my First Amendment right.
Judge is mad that he was right on the money.
I can't clap. No clapping.
City Attorney, you want to comment on?
If I understand the question, it's did the training session, was that subject to the Sunshine Law? And I think our opinion would be no, because there was, hold on, because there was nothing discussed that would be reasonably foreseeable to come before this body for a vote on the merits of an application or a policy or anything else. The question was raised as to why Mr. Diedenbach was here. Not only was he here as chair of the chair of the San Velasco chapter of the Florida Division of the American Planning Association. Dr. Diedenbach, his wife, was here because she is chair of the University of Florida Department of Urban and Regional Planning. She's on the faculty. Chuck Clemens, the former Speaker of the Florida House, who grew up in this community, was here to discuss how to run public meetings effectively. And I was here because I'm a subject matter expert in land use law. So that's it.
Thank you.
Agenda.
Yeah, can we vote on the agenda? We'll have a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ayes have it. We will move to the next item. Approve of the reading of the proposed ordinance and resolution by title only.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval.
I'll second.
It's been moved to second, and we'll call for a voice vote, if you may.
Aye.
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 Ayes have it. So we'll move on. Item 1, special presentation.
Mr. Mayor, there are no special presentations on this agenda.
Okay. So we'll go to comments from the citizen on the subject and not on the agenda. Comments from the citizen on the subject and not on the agenda.
Comments from the citizens that are not on the agenda?
Not on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, Can I also add we do have a court reporter here. If you could state your name clearly so that she can hear that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Soria Lindberg, Soorya. Thank you for responding about the May 21st event. It is unfortunate it was not publicly noticed or videotaped. I don't know how that decision was made. And you can see how it looks to the public to have, if anyone else would have hosted it. But I'm coming up to say, I'd like to request that any questions or comments that someone on the dais might have for speakers tonight can wait until after the 3 minutes. We just get 3 minutes. Staff and the applicant get an unlimited amount of time. I bring this up because many people are here for the first time. Public speaking is a fear, like number one fear for a lot of people. So if there's any questions or comments from the dais, please wait until we're done speaking. And I bring this up because at the Terra April special exception permit hearing at the Planning and Zoning Board, the city land use attorney spoke during an expert witness, and I just don't want that to happen here because I feel for everyone in the room. Also, I want to address another matter publicly. Many people received text messages and phone calls from a company called United for Better Communities. And someone I know went through the process, and they were asked if they wanted to be connected to Vice Mayor Ringerson's desk. I'm bringing this up so everyone will know this because it sounds like they were targeting one commissioner. So if there is a disproportionate amount of messages or calls going to one place, that is a reason why. Also, when we're going through a comp plan, I just want to confirm that we should not mention the next item or a rezone. They need to be separate. That's something I heard in other hearings, like, this is what we're doing here, but wait until the next item and we'll clarify. It should just be that one item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Havlick. Since the man who was asked to leave is an affected party, if he agrees to not clap again, would he be allowed back to be able to speak? I think he should be allowed. Mr. Mayor, we don't have affected parties in legislative matters, in the land use
Well, he
situation.
lives very close to it. He should be given his 3 minutes to speak about it.
Mr. Mayor, the assertion was he was an affected party. I'm just trying to inform the commission. We don't designate affected parties in legislative hearings, only in quasi-judicial. The
But can the man come back if he
pardon me.
agrees?
Excuse me, ma'am.
The decision as to whether the gentleman should be allowed back in is certainly up to the mayor and the commission.
Mr. Mayor, I was an educator for 38 years. And in dealing with children, when you break the rules, you suffer the consequences. The mayor, I'll wait for you.
Mr. Mayor.
The mayor was clear in his initial remarks. He was very clear. And I'm sure our gentleman may have something to share. But we've got to be respectful. And when the mayor asks, we've got to comply. This is a large audience. And if you make accommodations for one, we might be asked to make accommodations for another. So, Mr. Mayor, I feel that we all need to comply with your directions.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do agree. We need to make sure we do conduct ourselves in a professional, respectful manner. But what is not respectful is comparing members of the public to children. So I would like to make sure that's clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we did not call any of them children's. So, don't y'all get riled now because I will put you out. And I want y'all to understand that we're going to have a respectful, good meeting. If you don't want to do that, you're welcome to leave. I called none of y'all children's. And I will not let you have that kind of remark of saying we're treating them like children's. Come on.
Good good evening, rather, City Council members, Commissioners. Today I stand before you as a civil rights activist, and also
Your
thank you,
name.
Mr. Mayor, for correcting me. I also serve as one of the national board of members of the Church of God in Christ in the Rules Committee, and also I'm a district superintendent in the Church of God in Christ. And I stand today as a former resident of Alachua, Florida. Today, I also stand as a great great grandson of the William and Elsie Tucker Washington, which is the story in Gainesville Sun many years ago about Whoopi Goldberg being our cousin. That story is only told because it was on record about William leaving me something. Never met William in my life. However, it is important that we set before the city council members about Unity Day celebration, explaining to our children, because I do vividly remember in my days in elementary school, high school, and middle school, never mentioned about my grandfather, currently E.R. Brooks, who many in this room have passed by his home, passed by the place where he lived, and never knew that the place where ACT got their place after they left ACT and went to A.L. Mabane, that was his field. Nothing is mentioned about my grandfather or his story. All too often, rather, our children knows nothing about their history. And it is important that we tell our history. And I ask this body to recognize with a sign of having, possibly during Unity Day celebration, August the 7th through the 9th, Mr. Mayor, of having unveiling a sign in his honor. Because again, ACT, A.L. Mabane, that sign is there to talk about Professor Mabane because he was the former principal of ACT. But nothing is mentioned about my grandfather, who that record, and it shows that that house that where he lived was his field. So it's important that Alachua knows that story. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you state your name real quick?
Reverend Ray Washington.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening. My name is Susan Caruso. Thank you for taking our comments this evening. My question is about the May 21st event. I didn't come to speak about that, but I was hearing comments in the audience and they encouraged me to ask the question. If it was just an informal meeting, but an applicant for a pretty big project was there, and you've commented that nothing that would go against the sunshine laws was spoken. I know that's your interpretation, and I am not doubting your word. I'm just saying people in this public audience may not interpret what was said there the same way you would. So I'm wondering if there's no record of that event at all, nothing was made in writing, or no one took notes.
Mr. Mayor.
I just want to know how you're accountable for that, perceived, perhaps maybe wrongdoing according to sunshine laws, whether you perceived it that way or not. It could be perceived by other people to be seen that way.
Mr. Mayor, the PowerPoint presentations are available to anyone that requests them from the clerk.
Well,
you
what about the
can-
comments that were being made between parties?
I'm sorry?
The comments that were being made up between parties in that meeting?
Mr. Mayor, those relate to educational matters. The commission is certainly allowed to attend seminars and become educated on how to conduct hearings, how to deal with difficult scenarios that arise as an elected or appointed official, and that's the nature of the training that occurred. So any comments that were not about, well, there weren't any comments about matters that are before you or coming before you or foreseeably coming before you. Therefore, sunshine law does not apply in our opinion, and you have First Amendment rights to freedom of association with professionals in the community, academics, etc.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I wasn't here on the May 21st meeting. So one of the questions, statements that our land use attorney mentioned was navigating, I'm not sure if it was navigating or handling, one of those words, but difficult scenarios. To me, that sounds like discussion on interpretation of either process procedures or law. So I guess the question is if that's dealing with our own law, our own rules, and we're dealing and discussing interpretations of it, is that's what's happening here, or what happened at this meeting?
Mr. Mayor, that's a fairly narrow view of how elected and appointed bodies operate. It's helpful to provide training to those bodies on how to make decisions that are within the law broadly stated, not just your code, but also Florida statutes involving sunshine law, ethics things, land use law, as well as the Florida and federal constitutions. All these things together bear on how you operate this government. So as far as sitting here tonight and providing a transcript to the gentleman, I don't think that's possible or necessary, quite frankly.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I will say this is even if it's not interpreted as sunshine law, I do raise concerns over a possible conflict of interest when the speaker actually has a application with our city. So that is a little bit concerning when we're discussing our own rules and procedures and educating ourselves and not being able to have any form of understanding of that for the public or myself. It is a bit concerning when we have a quasi coming up, and again, they're in that position. So I don't think there's anything we can do tonight, but it is a very concerning thing, and I hope it doesn't happen in the future.
Mr. Mayor, just so the record's clear, all commissioners were invited. All planning commissioners and all city commissioners were invited.
All right, and thank you. You may come.
Yes, my name is Tamara Robbins, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Fletcher, for circling back to that. I just don't buy it. And when there is an applicant a professional who has an active application going through the review process, scheduled for a quasi-judicial hearing, to me, that's just kind of like friendly, quasi, ex parte communication. Just friendly. Let's just be nice. Right? It's like, let's just have a beer, almost. Just saying. You don't speak specifically, but it's called lobbying. Right? It's a friendly gesture, coming in, helping, training, friendly, laughing, joking around, buddies. We're buddies. We're all on the same team. Well, I don't like it one bit. And when I was a commissioner, appearance matters. And we never even walked out of a meeting beside each other. We never would be even seen anywhere together because appearance matters. People want to trust what is happening. And in my mind, this was a huge betrayal of trust. The attorney, Ms. Boyce, she can legally dance around this whole thing. End of day, appearance matters. And an applicant should not have had time with any of the elected or appointed bodies in a informal setting or even a public meeting. What about ex parte communication? You can talk about it all day long. You can slice it so thin. Oh, we didn't talk exactly about those acres. Well, you talked about the process which is adopted in your code. So you could vote to change some of your code, which may have been based on what you discussed at that training. Oops, should have been the public. And also, Mr. Mayor, I do not appreciate this commission giving Commissioner Shirley Brown the power to
We're not going to make anything
rule, sir.
personal.
I'm going to read you the rule.
We're not going to make you.
I get to do
Listen,
that, sir.
You're not
Yes,
gonna,
I do. She is an elected. You want me to read you the rule you were just trained? Because I will read it to you about angry residents. And we have a right to attack your integrity. And you don't have the power or the legal right to shut us down. And it said it in your training, sir.
Listen.
So Commissioner Brown has the power to determine whether a citizen has the right to speak. I say you put a motion on the floor and determine whether you want to let that gentleman that was bounced out of here speak during the legislative. One commissioner does not get that power. You put a motion on the floor and you divide it by a majority vote. That's what the attorney said happens.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, attorneys, staff. I'll just kind of sum you up that way, if I may. With all due respect, a couple things just to maybe bring a little levity.
Just state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. John Havlick. I live right downtown here in Alachua. And one of the things I wanted to just bring to everyone's attention, for those of you who live downtown, and we have our electric utility, on Sunday the power went out. The week ago, Friday it went out, something like that. And I just want to commend our city for getting the power back on quickly. Things happen, things break, and so forth. And I just want to let my fellow citizens be aware that we have a great utility here, and I think we should appreciate that. So that's something we can all agree upon is really a shared asset, something we can all be commonly proud of. The other thing is I just want to make sure to encourage everyone, fellow citizens, guests, visitors, et cetera, to adhere to the mayor in all due respect. And because this commission really represents ourselves, so how we conduct ourselves here is really how we respect each other. So I want to just make that clear to everybody. I think that's pretty safe to say. But my own opinion is there's a lot of people here. There's a particular issue that's going to come up. There's going to be a vote or some movement tonight. And at the end of the night, something's going to come out of this, right? And so it's kind of the anticipation. And there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of strong feelings. And I think it's just a good time for everyone to just kind of tune in, be a little bit more functioning from our heart as opposed to our emotional reactions and so forth. With that, I think people can judge for themselves with a piece of information. That's just a fact. They don't need someone to tell them how they feel or what they think or whatever. They don't need that. They can see for themselves. And the one thing I would say is, what decision comes out of tonight is probably going to strongly impact April 13th in 2027. 309 days from now, there will be an election in the city for commissioners. And there's 2 commissioners up. And I just want everyone to think like long term. I learned something when I was in high school about marketing. There's customers and consumers. Quick thing. Customer buys the product. It's the parent. They're buying baby food. The baby is the consumer, though. They're actually, if they don't like it, mom and dad are going to stop buying it. So there's 2 people you're serving. There's people who want to develop and come into our community. They're more like a customer. We're kind of the consumer. The only way we have to voice or say whether we do or don't like something is through the electoral process. So I can assure there will be very, very strong impact come spring. So maybe there's a way to be very, very thoughtful about options to how this is determined tonight, whether it's postponed. Not that I want to encourage that, but you might want to think about it because people aren't going to go away. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm going to say this. All commissioner comments, you can make your comments when it is asked for on this agenda.
okay,
But right now, I want us to move on, if we may. Any comments from you, you can make it on, it says on your agenda, commissioner comments is 7.
Mr. Senior Attorney, can we get clarity on that? Because Commissioner Fletcher got a chance to speak and Commissioner Brown got a chance to speak. And every time I get ready to speak,
Go ahead and
the mayor
speak, but
shuts me
after
down.
this,
And to me, that is very disrespectful and rude
go ahead and
to me
speak.
as a fellow commissioner up here.
Go ahead and
So
speak.
can I get clarification from you on that?
What is the question that
I was getting ready to make a comment based on really the question that's been lingering for quite some time about the gentleman coming back in. And the mayor shuts me down,
No,
telling
I
me that
said it's not your time to make comments from the
once
commissioner,
again, the
so
mayor
we can
shuts me
move
down
forward.
every time I get ready to speak. But Commissioner Fletcher made a comment, Commissioner Brown made a comment, and when I get ready to make a comment, he shuts me down every single time. And to me, I'm not willing to tolerate that type of behavior from my mayor or any other fellow commissioners. It's all about respect and dignity, and we're for the people, and we're not here about egos
Make
and
your
any of that
comments,
kind of
sir.
stuff. So can I get clarification? Can I speak on the topic?
I think what the mayor is asking for is to clear the public comment period of time, and perhaps then, and maybe we're at that point right now, the question that you're asking put on the floor. But I think he's wanting to clear the public comment section of the agenda
Right.
right now, and then get on to the next step.
Okay.
So that's what I think is happening.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, there was a question on the floor a couple of people back about this gentleman coming back inside. And I respect teachers. I love teachers, give them the utmost respect. And Commissioner Brown for what she's done for our children and stuff. But also we know about putting them in timeout. We know about giving second chances. I grew up in a very Christian household. I grew up playing sports, and it was always 1, 2, 3 strikes. I think he's had his punishment. I think he should be allowed back
Can
in,
I cut you off?
and I think we should have a vote on that.
I will put y'all out of here. I will do that. And I'm going to tell you again. I let you speak, but we are not going to make this meeting out of order. I don't care if you don't like what I'm saying. You can leave if you choose to. But we will have order in this meeting. And I am the mayor. I do run this meeting. I don't need none of y'all commissioners to tell me how I need to conduct it. And that's final. I am not here. We are not supposed to be on. I appreciate your public comments, and you're on your way to be out of here. I appreciate your public comments, but we're going to get through this. We're not going to stay here on public comments. We're going to get through this agenda. And if you don't like that, no one forcing you to be here. And from now on, all commissioner comments, you can comment when on the agenda when it's right for you to comment. We are not going to prolong this meeting with comments and comments and comments. Now, is there any more public comments?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, all of you. My name is Celine, thank you, Celine Benedict. I'm a local resident. I live on 188th Street, so my comment is in reference to the development that's being proposed. I want to begin by saying that my concern is not about growth itself.
Is that on the agenda?
Why?
You can comment on the agenda.
It's only not. Okay, thank you. Forgive my misunderstanding.
You're welcome.
Okay, my name's Jeff Zink. I'm departing, so you don't have to throw me out. This has been next to comical. Wow.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. And you're taking the notes? So please note down my name is Umesh, Umesh, and last name is Sharma, Sharma. Thank you. Because I was looking at the meeting minutes and my name has been like announced or spelled in whatever manner they want. So thank you. I had been watching it carefully and learning the rule of the law. And as a matter of fact, I am also running into the rule of the law issue. And I will give this handout to the commissioners.
Give it to city manager.
Yeah, for 5 of them. Because these are my resources, my money. I spend money on the papers. And so I am learning the law and the rule of the law and the way they are applied. And May 21st meeting, it bothers me to ask, like I also demand a session for this particular matter itself. And some of the city staff is familiar with it. So I don't want to take my time because it's very limited here. And so you can kind of ask the staff, or I can do a presentation like the developer did, especially for the commissioners. Open doors, no closed doors are required. And the another matter, which is very important, is the traffic. Today, the accident happened right in my walking distance, 235 and 157. And city, right in front of the city hall, there's a traffic jam. I don't know, means what city requires. City requires a task force, advisory board, some citizen campaign, or what city is requiring to kind of consider the traffic issue. And what we are going to see today is adding a ton of traffic, a bottleneck between Highway 75 until 173. So it will be a flood of traffic. Already we are a warehouse district. Trucks run wild. They don't follow the road or have them a special road for them, because what happened today fears me every day. And I don't know the further details, but somebody has passed away, lost his life. And I worry about it every moment. And I had been raising this issue to you, sirs, very passionately. It is very important. The safety is very important. And coming back on the agenda, why it is on Thursday, 5 o'clock. We need time. It is 1009 pages. We need time to read it. Like we cannot spend the weekend
Thank
on.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Pamela Blassetti. I just wanted to say that we all need to have some patience here. I mean, we the citizens have had a lot of patience for a long time about a lot of issues. And it's pretty hot and heavy right now, what we're about to talk about tonight. And so let's have patience with each other, okay? Let's do that. We need to do that for each other. I would like to see a motion on the floor to let the gentleman back in, providing that he agrees not to make any more
I'm
comments.
sorry.
Well, that's not showing very much patience with us. And we've had to show an awful lot of patience to the DS at times. So I'm requesting it again. If we could give him a chance again, everybody realizes now this is not to happen. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think what's happening for us, Mr. Mayor, my name is Celine Benedict. I think what's happening is that we know that like 15 people clapped. And I think that's what's happening internally in our hearts. I just want to share so that you know our experience. I think from our perspective is like, oh my goodness, he was like, the example. I get it. Like, you got to make an example. Hey, I see you, you're clapping, get out. There's no clapping. That was great. It's like, boom, done. No one's going to clap. It's clear. And I think what's also happening simultaneously of you wanting to keep order, which is, I understand, and I would like order kept. At the same time, is all of us are feeling like, oh, like maybe 15 of us know we even clapped ourselves. And then this guy had to leave and he lives near the development. So I think that's what's happening. So if, I'm not asking for an answer right this moment, but I'm again making that same request that if he says he will not clap or make comments after not make comments, react, I think it is, then so no mercy. There's no mercy today. Okay, thank you.
No, and if you're going to come with the same issue, we're going to move on.
Hi, my name is Susan Caruso. Again, thanks for taking our comments. I've been to many, many meetings of this nature where there's opposing views that are very heated. So I understand the clapping. I don't know if you remember the Road to Nowhere. Those were meetings of many politicians appointed by DeSantis and non-profit organizations. So yeah, you do need to maintain respect. But what was allowed, I think the biggest problem is when we hear somebody that makes a comment that we fully agree with, we want you to know. That's what we want you to know. That's why we're here. That's exactly what she said. She nailed it. So what we did in some of these meetings was jazz hands. I don't know if that'll be acceptable to you, but when we hear somebody make a comment that we like, we want you to know. We don't know if all these people are for the issue or all are against the issue. I would say, however, and reiterating what another woman said, that sometimes when people come up and are very passionate, it makes somebody on the opposite side not want to come up and speak their mind. That's when you lay down the law. If anybody is rude to the opposing view side, that's when they go. But that's just a suggestion. I don't know if jazz hands are acceptable to you, but we just want you to know what we agree with and what we don't that we hear tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good day again. My name is Sarah Younger, and right now I wish to address you all that we are wanting to be civil. We are wanting to meet, and we're wanting to be heard. As a member of Sierra Club, I asked our club to bring a court reporter. I would like to remind you there is a court reporter here, which means that there are proceedings that can be utilized by any member of the community in order to address what is dealt with today. So I would urge you to think that there is a possibility that someone could take what is being shared and utilize that. Reminder, commissioners can make a motion and each of you can give your own opinion about whether or not to redress this matter. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Samantha King, Zoe, for those that know me. I just wanted to add on to, I apologize, I didn't remember your name, but to what he was saying, 235, yes, we know is a county road, but I believe, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, that the city could do something along the lines of putting in an ordinance from where the trucks turn on to the road for the distribution centers on up to 441 on that thoroughfare, turning that into at least a no truck through zone. I just asked something that you guys consider because that is part of the biggest problem going through there. And as again, Fletcher Trace continues to build out as it's a multi-phase development, you're going to have more traffic. So at least then we don't have the trucks barreling down the road. It also causes a lot of traffic jam, as I'm sure you guys are aware of when you're coming onto 440 or up to 441, and there's only one lane this way and one lane that way, and it would also deter them from going down the road where the elementary school is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gloria Gold, and I've lived in the city of Alachua since 1994. And I always get emotional when I talk. And I don't think this is so much on the agenda, but traffic. Here we go. Let's talk about traffic. I just drove up from 235. I was at a friend's house, and I do agree. Those roads are horrible. Now, I don't want to push the agenda, but I am definitely concerned about our traffic because I live in Alachua Hills. Now, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. I'm not sure. It's been a while. And I'm so happy with the results because it was voted to not add more concrete plant or something across the street from where I live. Where I live, here's Alachua Hills. Here's I don't know what kind of plant it is over there. And I was told when they wanted to build to make a U-turn to get to work at University of Florida. Well, I was very offended by that. Now, there's a lot of things we're not really supposed to. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a lot of things I guess we're not really supposed to talk about. But my big thing, too, is there's probably problems with traffic and water, too. Probably. So I'm so concerned about more traffic for anything. And I really do think that's going to affect our water again. Now, we've brought up, it's true, we live in a great place. Our electricity, we're wonderful. I am blessed that I live in the city of Alachua and not in Gainesville, GRU. I really do. Now, there were some things that I wanted to talk about, but I'm kind of pushed on the thing. But there's one thing, and I wish I had my notes again. We voted to protect our beautiful community, like our Main Street, our Legacy Park, the beautiful things about the city of Alachua. Now, I'm pushing it. I don't want to see businesses all the way up on 441. I want to see some green trees. I guess I have a few more seconds, but I am an emotional person, and I want to protect this city. I want to protect, hopefully, the better traffic situation, which whatever the company was across the street, they got better. They actually got better. They actually listened to us, but that other plant did not succeed. Now, I know that our commission can make good choices because I was there back then, and you did. So I'm hoping you do it again.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to number 3, item A.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this item by title only. This is a resolution 26-06, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Alachua, Florida, appointing one member to the Planning and Zoning Board, establishing the term of service, establishing beginning and ending dates for the term of service, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass resolution 26-06 as read by title only. Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. I am Leanne Williams, Deputy City Clerk. The Planning and Zoning Board has one vacant seat. The details of the appointment are in your packet. The city received 5 applications. The names of the applicants are listed in alphabetical order. Oscar Alamo, Taylor Cannon, Samantha King, Alina Rushetskaya. I think that's how it is. Rushetskaya. That sounds right. And Matthew Webster. Resolution 2606 has been drafted and will be finalized to reflect the appointment made during tonight's meeting. The applicants have been advised that the Commission will consider the item and have been invited to attend the meeting. I will call them to speak in the order they appear before you, should you wish to hear from them. Mr. Mayor? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar Alamo. Okay. Taylor Cannon. Sorry about that. Samantha King.
Good evening. My name's Samantha King. I go by Zoe, for those that know me. I'm just going to basically read what I put in my application. My professional background is in transportation, logistics, public administration. I have experience in public procurement, grants, and government operations. I hold a master's degree in transportation planning and a master's degree in logistics. I've worked in city, county, and municipal government since 2013. I've been involved in public infrastructure and construction projects from initial planning and procurement through completion and operation implementation. My experience includes working with public procurement, grant funding, contracts, regulatory compliance, and coordination with various state and local agencies. I'm knowledgeable in applicable statutes, government processes, and other roles of regulatory agencies within different areas of local government. This experience has provided me This experience has provided me with a particular understanding of long-term planning, infrastructure development, budgeting, public accountability, and responsible growth management. In addition, I served as a USMC, or United States Marine, a veteran which helped me develop leadership skills, discipline, professionalism, and a commitment to public service. I'd like everyone to know that I do own a home here in Alachua. I have less than 0.25 of an acre, so I do not have any business ventures or real estate interests that would create conflicts of interest, allowing me to approach board decisions objectively and in the best interest of the community. And I currently work for the city, not this city, but I also currently work in city government, so I'm up to date on current events as far as those things are concerned. Thank you for your time.
Point
Thank
of
you.
order, Mr. Mayor. Is there anything in our rules and procedures that prevent us from asking questions to the applicants?
Mayor,
Then I would like to make a point of information for the applicant. Thank you. So as you've already spoken about, issues with roads that we're facing with, how do you see yourself working with our regional partners on this?
Well, as far as making things better, well, I hate to move forward into the agenda, but when we're talking about different agencies that we would have to work with when we're talking about the upcoming major discussion, you'll see that the major points that I hit on are infrastructure and also pull from the county as well as the state as references. I am a person that will do my research. I understand that the director of planning and his entire team goes through so much to get to the point where they are able to present. It's not just a quick decision, and there's a lot of things that go into play. So any information provided to me, I will review and as well as do my own research. And I'll make sure that the information is provided is factual and in the best interest so I can make a fair decision or a fair vote. I do care what the residents think. And I also do care deeply about our little town. It is growing very fast, and I want it to grow responsibly. I'm not against development, but it has to be done in a manner that we can sustain. And so I'll do my best to work with any local agency, state agency. If there's if there's meetings or classes, I'll do my best to attend those. I know offhand, I've sent the this commission and the county commission, as well as the planning board, training sessions that could help with traffic and road development for our area, just as informational opportunities, because I follow all of those given out by the state. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Alina Rushetskaya. No? Okay. Matthew Webster.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Matt Webster. Very honored to be considered for the board. Just finished up with the Parks and Recs board here at the city of Alachua, but really started my career here at the University of Florida, Rinker School of Building Construction. 4 years in the Army, where I was a combat engineer for that time, and came back to Gainesville to live with family. We live on a family farm, which is within the city. Up until a year ago, we had 4 generations on that farm. So understanding what it means to perpetuate family, the city, and continue to also have growth within it. I'm a certified general contractor, plans examiner, and building inspector. I've served on multiple boards within the county, also at the University of Florida, and just wrapped up a tenure at the University of Florida in charge of their planning, design, and construction. I am now a business owner, and we own businesses within the city of Alachua. So I think being able to understand all aspects of both business, growth, but also conservation needs to take all into account to make sure that the citizens of the city of Alachua have those opportunities to have jobs, to continue to grow jobs, but also conserve what we all love being in Alachua County. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you.
A question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So obviously, balancing growth because we have to grow as a city, but we have to make sure we're doing it in a smart, and what I like to add to that is not just smart growth, but responsible growth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give an example of a project in your firm, your current firm, where you've had to go ahead and figure out how you balance that?
So can I draw on past experience too, like with previous firms?
Is it your current firm?
So I've currently owned the company for 6 weeks.
Okay, all right, makes more sense.
Hence leaving the University of Florida. So a lot of infill and a lot of renovation type projects that I've done throughout my career, and started in 1999 renovating at the Health Science Center. Then went on and did work at the Community Redevelopment Agency. So I was a contractor that redeveloped streetscapes within Fifth Avenue streetscape at the city of Gainesville, built the CRA building, but continued to do infill type projects in multiple types of neighborhoods, but always looking for renovation and rehabilitation. And so you can have growth from within without expanding into green space, but continue to either go vertical or redevelop properties that might be in blighted areas and or continue to develop in those areas.
And so build in and up versus out and out.
Correct.
Have you ever done a project where it's you're dealing with undeveloped land, and you're it may not be the most popular project, right, with the community? How did you navigate that?
From what aspect? As a contractor, or
so you were never an applicant on these things? You
Correct.
were just brought in. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now conduct the ballot process. We have one that seat to fill, so vote for only one. Okay, give me just a moment to tally the vote.
Point of order for the attorney. Under sunshine law, when doing ballot-based votes, I've noticed that we do it with our signatures. Is that sufficient for attaching the identity of the vote to the ballot, or does it need to be printed?
Question: if you can read the signatures, we want to make sure that the ballots are identifiable as to each vote, Leanne, and retain
You
the
want me
ballots,
to
please.
read the vote and the commissioner?
No, I
who-
don't think you have to do that. You can
Just a
read the tally,
signature.
but we need to make sure that we retain the ballots.
I always keep the ballots.
Excellent.
Yeah, they are public record.
And then the second component of that is to make sure that each commissioner is identifiable on the ballot. So if somebody wants to ask for it down the road, they can see that, please.
Well, I know their signatures.
Then we're good.
Okay.
Just record on each ballot who it is. If
Yes,
it's a
sir.
scrawled signature, that's hard to understand.
Yes, sir.
Leanne,
No
but
problem.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the totals. Oscar Alamo received 0 of 5 votes. Taylor Cannon received 0 of 5 votes. Samantha King received 2 of 5 votes. Elena Rushetskaya received 0 of 5 votes. Matthew Webster received 3 of 5 votes. Matthew Webster has the majority, therefore Matthew Webster will be the new board member. Apologize. The recommended action is to appoint Matthew Webster to the Planning and Zoning Board and adopt Resolution 2606 to be finalized to include the name of Matthew Webster.
Mr. Mayor, I move to appoint Matthew Webster to the Planning and Zoning Board and adopt Resolution 26-06 to be finalized to include the name of the appointed member, Matthew Webster.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Now we have comment. Any comments? If not, we'll vote. We'll start with Commissioner Fletcher.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing how this will probably turn out. Mr. Webster, congratulations. I'll preemptively do that. But I do want to say, as we're going through our comp plans and our LDRs, I hope you bring your expertise on how we can focus on more infill type of development in our city and start, instead of this node type development that we're starting to see, and focus on how we can start centralizing that, preferably in our downtown community area, and start expanding outward. So I hope you can bring that expertise and that guidance to the board. I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye, Mayor.
Mayor, aye.
Thank you so much.
We'll move to item B.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this ordinance by title only. This is ordinance 26-08, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, extending the corporate limits of the City of Alachua, Florida to include certain lands lying contiguous to the existing corporate limits of the city. The tax parcel numbers are 03909-000-000 and 03910002000, providing that all existing laws, ordinances, rules, and regulations shall apply in said area, providing that the property, land, inhabitants are subject to the existing indebtedness and liable for taxation, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance number 26-08 upon reading by title only.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Parker Stevens, planner with the City of Alachua. My resume is on file with the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. The item before you is application number PA 260004, known as 14107 Northwest 142nd Avenue, voluntary annexation. I would ask that my presentation be put up for public viewing. If I could also have it reloaded. Okay. This is a request by Alachua FWD LLC, applicant and property owner for voluntary annexation of a 24.28 acre subject property into the municipal limits of the City of Alachua, Florida. The subject properties are generally located at 14107 Northwest 142nd Avenue. Currently, the subject property has an Alachua County future land use designation of agricultural-rural and a zoning designation of agricultural. Here we have an overview of the subject property shown in the black and white hatched border, with north being the top of the map. County Road 235 crosses the map to County Road 235 crosses the map to the east of the property bordering the subject property. For reference, the Shell gas station located on 235 is located to the east of the property, and the Hal Brady baseball fields to the west. Here we have an overview of the proposed amendment municipal boundary in orange. The existing boundary is in gray with a red outline. Chapter 171.044 of the Florida Statutes establishes the procedures for voluntary annexation. Notice was provided via certified mail to the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners on April 16th, 2026, not fewer than 10 days prior to publishing or posting the required public notices. Notice was subsequently published at least once each week for 2 consecutive weeks on May 21st, 2026, and May 22nd, 2026. Those numbers are incorrect. In a newspaper of general circulation as required by statute. Chapter 171.044 of the Florida Statutes also establishes the standards for which areas to be annexed via a voluntary annexation must be found compliant. Requirement 1 is that the area to be annexed must be contiguous with the existing municipal boundary. The subject property has been demonstrated to be contiguous on 3 sides. Requirement 2 is that the area to be annexed must be reasonably compact. The subject property has been reviewed by the statutory definition of compactness in Chapter 171.031 and has been found to be reasonably compact. Finally, requirement 3 is that the area to be annexed will not create an enclave. As demonstrated by the maps shown in this presentation, the annexation would not result in the creation of an enclave. On May 28, 2026, the City Commission held a public meeting and approved Ordinance 2608 upon first reading. Staff recommends that the City Commission approve upon the second and final reading Ordinance 2608 on June 8, 2026. At this time, I'm able to answer any questions the board may have regarding this presentation.
Mayor, real quick, Parker, you said May 28th. You meant to say May 18th?
May 21st and May 28th.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Parker, is the applicant here today?
Yes. Yes.
My name is William Martin, and my brother and I own this property. Some of the property adjacent to it is in the city and has been for many years. And we came to realize that we really want it all in the city. I lived on that property from 1951 till I graduated from the University of Florida, 1972.
Mr. Martin, you remember our conversation last time?
That was my brother.
That was your brother.
Yes.
Okay. Did your brother tell you about our conversation?
Just briefly, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he said there would be no Walmart and no data center. Obviously, the plans are only residential.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Anybody have any other questions? No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready for the motion?
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I move that this commission adopt ordinance 26-08 upon the second and final reading for June 8th, 2026.
Mr. Mayor, point of order for the city attorney. Is it adopt or approve since this is second hearing? Or is it legally the same for that for us? I just want to make sure that we're doing that.
He has stepped out.
I guess our other lawyer.
Well, I can pinch hit as a general government lawyer, but I'm really not. So if it's second reading, you're done. It'll be enacted on your approval tonight.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And I might add, this is just annexation. So you're not doing land use and zoning.
No zoning changes
Okay.
of this time.
Okay.
All right. If it doesn't matter with that verbiage, then I'll second.
It's been moved in second. We will have comments from the public on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tamara Robbins. So I have a question, or I don't have a question. I have a comment about the legal notice when it was published, that it did not call the title said public notice of adoption of an ordinance, and it did not call it an annexation. It was extending the boundaries of the city of Alachua, which I've never seen that before. Like, call it what it is. It's an annexation, and it's a public notice of an annexation. So I don't know if there's any legal problem with that. I just don't understand why suddenly it's like changed. Oh, we always call it an annexation. We call it an annexation up here, but we don't call it when we publish it. Okay, I don't know about consistency. So I'm wondering, so Florida Statute 171.042 prerequisites to annexation says that there has to be a feasibility study conducted. I'd like to know if that's been done. And it needs to really include it has to have maps, the plan of how you're going to extend services, water, sewer, all of the infrastructure that you are required by law to provide to annexed land. And so I'm wondering if that feasibility is part of this. Is this in the backup material, the feasibility study? It's got to provide for the extension of existing municipal water and sewer services into the area to be annexed. So I'd like to know if that feasibility study is part of the backup. I didn't have a chance to look through it. And if not, I'd say this needs to be tabled until the feasibility study is done, because it is an extension and spending of additional public money to serve property that currently we are not obligated to serve. And it looks like everybody's distracted. Is there something going on over my shoulder? Everybody's looking and there's a lot going on. City manager's looking, mayor is.
Mr. Mayor.
Yoo-hoo. Okay. Well, it looked like y'all were looking at something else. I'd like to see the feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you.
A point of information, Mr. Mayor, is a feasibility study required, and if so, was it done?
Mr. Mayor, we need a minute to check the statute. I do know this is a voluntary annexation, and the requirements are somewhat less than if the city is moving to annex property. So, oh, Carson's here with the answer.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Our understanding of the statute has been in the past under city attorney's advisement that feasibility study, that portion of the statute only applies to involuntary annexations. Voluntary annexations are located in a separate subchapter of Florida statute with its own process.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I didn't want to upstage you.
Thank you.
I guess a point of information again. So is that the same concurrence with our legal advice?
Yes, it's chapter 171.044. Requirements are that it be contiguous, compact, reasonably compact, and then there must be a voluntary annexation by the property owner.
And we're also good on the notice title. I just want to make, because I don't want to vote on anything that it turned out someone said something that we could be wrong on, and
He was out of the room. Let me brief him quickly.
I pulled up in the packet, Mr. Mayor, it says notice of enactment of an ordinance of the city of Alachua, Florida. Notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Alachua will hold a public hearing on May 18th, 2026, 6 p.m. The hearing will be held at our commission chambers. Consider the following proposed, and then it gives the exact title. It gives the map of the area that is to be annexed and the property's general location, complete legal description of the proposed ordinance is available for inspection. Public hearing, it meets the requisites of Florida law. The notice does.
Thank you.
Yes.
Samantha King, Zoe. I asked him to pull up the map because I want to, obviously it's a visual for all of you. I understand that we want to grow here, but if I understood the exchange that was happening, while this is to annex this property into Alachua, the end goal is going to be residential housing. Again, that's 235, the one that we spoke about earlier, 3 different times. I couldn't see how many acres that is, but if you're looking at what we're currently putting as residential homes, you're getting less than 1/4 of an acre per home. You can't expand the road. All that traffic, which is already currently an issue, backing up is, yes, it's down the road, but these are what we have to look at. We have to look at down the road, what's going to happen when that turns into a residential neighborhood, an additional residential neighborhood, on top of us as taxpayers, even though we have that homestead exemption coming into place, are going to have to foot the bill for that. And as it stands, we're coming to you as citizens, asking you guys to do something about the traffic and allowing something like this, while it's advertised currently as agricultural, because it is, there's cows out there, it will not stay agricultural. And that is going to drastically impact that intersection. And right now, it's a continuous go, and then there's a stop sign. You can try to merge and go to 441, or you can take a left-hand turn onto 235 and go down towards 157th, where the accident was today. This is the same road that we're asking you guys to talk to the county about or do something about. So when we continue to add or change the zoning to allow for these developments on areas that cannot handle this traffic, we are not thinking about the future. We are just saying, this works now. And as you guys have all seen, you guys are working on the comprehensive plan because it doesn't seem to align with our current, the city's current, or the residents' current wants and goals. we're making decisions like this off of a comprehensive plan that to the majority of the residents is no longer valid to what we want. So just take that into consideration. We don't need another residential neighborhood right there if you can't expand the road.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Umesh Sharma, and my question is: this presentation was not a part of agenda. Is it something separate, or? And coming to this details in this agenda packet, it has a financial impact, and it says staff recommendation. Does the staff means planning staff only, or staff includes financial, like pro con, means what value city is getting out of this annexation, and what city is kind of going to do, means as Ms. King also raised the point, means what city is going to invest in it and what city is getting out of it, means we are the stakeholders in this manner. So, and planning department means I know Parker, he's very thorough. So all they do is like the map, like, okay, statute 1.2, okay, good. 1.3, okay, good. But here somebody is looking comprehensively in the staff, means is the economic development is looking something carefully in it. And as we are experiencing high volume of traffic, residences, shops, and whatnots, it's city negotiated with the annexation part of it, like, okay, what's the kind of future use it will be? It will be a park, it will be like extension of the road, or it will be creating like, one more big giant some complex over there. So what's the means no points had been kind of discussed over here. It is a comprehensive plan is there, some comprehensive plan, and just mapping of the statutes is done. The staff says, okay, approve it. Means where is like, as a stakeholder, I am getting out no pro con, means what is the advantage cities getting out of it and what's the disadvantage cities getting out of it. And so I would like to request the commission to get some financial impact study. It is a part of this agenda packet as well. It's always empty. I don't know why. If it is not required, if we don't want any finances for the city, let's declare it as charity. We are doing a charity service as a city or something like that. Means some particular interest or particular something, additional financial information. I don't know. NA for everything. So I asked commission this question, and I hope I get answers, not like, I'm coming here and spending my time. And I went through it. And again,
Thank you.
thank you.
If that be it, we'll have a vote. I'll start with Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher.
And just to re-clarify, there is not a requirement for a financial impact statement on voluntary annexation, specifically the one that's in front of us right now.
Correct.
Okay.
The statute specifically says this is a subset of the general annexation provisions, and so it accepts that.
Okay. Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Welch. Aye.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. We will move to item B.
Mr. Mayor. if you're convening the hearing on the land use amendment, I'd like your permission to just read a general background into the record, much like you do before a quasi-judicial hearing for the benefit of the commission, as well as the public, the applicant, anybody who's making public comments.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all right. Thank you. So before we hear the presentations on the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, I want to outline the governing rules for the proceeding and correct any misconceptions about Florida law and your code. This is a legislative matter. I think that's agreed, which means the formal procedural requirements are less strict than those that apply in a quasi-judicial hearing. There are no designated affected parties. However, members of the public will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard in accordance with Florida statutes and due process requirements. Florida's Growth Management Act allows for the public to participate in the comprehensive planning process to the fullest extent possible, and the Commission is committed to meaningful public participation, including the opportunity for written comments and public comments at this proceeding. That said, the mayor and commission have the authority to maintain order, civility, and proper decorum during this meeting. The mayor may place reasonable limits on any presentation or discussion to avoid unnecessary delay and may cut short comments that are repetitive, off-topic, or disruptive. When we get to the public comment portion, each speaker will be given 3 minutes for public comment. And if you're interrupted, I believe there's been your time would be replenished. And we will ask that everyone be respectful and direct their remarks to the commission. Groups wishing to be heard may choose a representative to speak on their behalf. Written materials may be submitted to the clerk for the record, and we ask that the audience refrain from audible or visible reactions to public or commission comments, as that may inhibit those who wish to speak for or against the issue. The Commission's decision on the plan amendment application will be based generally on the following 3 things. 1, the best available data and analysis produced in a professionally accepted manner. And as an aside, material in the rezoning application is competent data and analysis. 2, the Commission's decision on the plan amendment application will be based on 2, whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the relevant portions of the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan when read as a whole. You can't cherry pick 1 or 2 sections. And finally, number 3, whether the plan amendment as proposed is quote unquote in compliance. That's a term of art that's defined in Chapter 163.3184, subsection 1B of the Florida statutes. We thank everyone in advance for your participation and ask for your cooperation in ensuring a fair and productive hearing for all involved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Welcome.
with that, I'll go ahead and read the ordinance by title only. This is ordinance number 26-09, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the small-scale amendment of the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, amending the future land use map classification of a plus 46.68 acre subject property from low-density residential, moderate-density residential, and community commercial to moderate-density residential, community commercial, and commercial, generally located at 16650 Northwest U.S. Highway 441. Tax parcel numbers are 03042050004, tax parcel number 03042-050-05, a portion thereof, and tax parcel number 03046-003-000, a portion thereof, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance number 26-09. You have the ability to continue it or deny it upon your motion of having read the ordinance by title only.
All right.
Yes, you may.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorneys. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. This hearing is a legislative hearing, application number PSSC 26-0002, known as the Farmlands Commercial Small-Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment application, before you tonight as Ordinance 26-09. The item is a request by EDA Consultants Incorporated and NV5 Incorporated, together as the applicant on behalf of the property owner, JTFA LLC, to amend the future land use map from low-density residential, moderate-density residential, and community commercial to moderate-density residential, community commercial, and commercial. The approximately 46.68 acre subject property is generally located at 16650 Northwest US Highway 441. The applicant has submitted a companion rezoning application, which is your next item on the agenda. Here we have a vicinity map of the subject property. I would note that for the comprehensive plan amendment item, which is before you currently, it is only in this black and white hatched border here, the 46 approximate acres. For reference, 441 borders the top of the property, running a little diagonal across the frame. For reference, this is Santa Fe Ford along 441. This is the Wawa development on 441 and 235A. And this area is the Briarwood subdivision. The red line being the municipal boundary here. There we go. There are three existing future land use categories on the subject property, as I previously discussed. The low-density residential land use category, which acts as a transitionary land use category with a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per acre, and typical uses are single-family residential primarily. The moderate-density residential land use area allows for 4 dwelling units an acre and also primarily comprises of single-family homes, but also permits for duplexes and townhomes and other similar residentials. Types. This clicker does not like me tonight. There we go. The community commercial land use category is the last existing land use category on the subject property, and it provides land for neighborhood and community scale goods and services while allowing for the development of an affordable housing stock. It permits up to 15 dwelling units an acre in mixed-use developments and permits up to 0.6 floor area ratio for parcels 5 acres or greater in mixed-use developments. Typical uses include commercial, retail, eating establishments, visitor accommodations, personal service establishments, etc., as well as some limited residential uses. This is the existing future land use map for the subject property. Again, to orientate yourself, 441 is this white running along the top or the north of the subject property, and that municipal boundary is still in red. We've zoomed in a bit to the black and white hatched border. The dark red surrounding to the east here and a little bit to the west there, that is the commercial land use category adjacent to it. The pink is community commercial along 441. The brighter yellow is the moderate density residential, and then the paler yellow, almost tan, is the low density residential area. So the amendment would remove the low density residential category, retain some portions of moderate density residential and community commercial, and add commercial to the property. Just a brief overview of the commercial land use category. It provides for general commercial uses as well as more intense and highway-oriented commercial uses. It permits up to the same 15 dwelling units an acre as a community commercial does, and it permits the same up to 0.6 floor area ratio for parcels 5 acres or greater in a mixed-use development. Typical uses are still primarily commercial in nature, including retail sales and services, personal service establishments, eating establishments, visitor accommodations, as well as regional and auto-oriented commercial uses. So this would be the proposed future land use map amendment. Excuse me. Black and white hatch border is still the subject property. 441 is still running along the north. It would extend the existing commercial land use westward onto the subject property. It would reorient the community commercial, acting as a transitionary district to the residential, as the comprehensive plan would allow for. And then the moderate density residential is relocated to this location here. The rest of the property surrounding, which is not subject to this application, would remain unchanged. Where am I? Here we go. So the net change of the land use categories would be an increase of 427 dwellings and an increase of 870,000 square feet of non-residential. However, I would note that the companion rezoning application would limit that development significantly to less than what is currently allowed today. Neighborhood meetings are not required for small-scale comprehensive plan amendments. However, 2 neighborhood meetings were held for the companion items, or the companion item, and this was also discussed at those meetings on September 24th and October 22nd of 2025. In total, 12 members of the public attended one of those 2 neighborhood meetings. A neighborhood meeting summary is available in the application materials for your review. Chapter 163 of Florida statutes requires the future land use element of a comprehensive plan to provide for a balance of uses, and that allows for the operation of real estate markets to provide adequate choices for permanent and seasonal residents. The comprehensive plan must provide enough lands to accommodate at least a 10-year planning period. As such, the applicant has submitted a needs analysis and has demonstrated that despite a reduction in residential land use categories, the proposed amendment would not adversely impact the amount of land needed for that minimum 10-year planning period. Additionally, they contend that the, quote, developed nature and urban character of the US 441 corridor within the city of Alachua indicates this area is continuing its urbanizing form, and there's need for additional commercial and residential options in the city and for residents in the context area, proximate cities of High Springs and Newberry, end quote. Chapter 163.3177 Florida statutes also requires any amendment to the future land use map of a comprehensive plan to discourage the proliferation of urban sprawl. Chapter 163 identifies 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria. An amendment to the future land use map is presumed to not be considered urban sprawl if it meets at least 4 of those 8 urban form criteria. Staff has evaluated both the 13 primary indicators and the 8 urban form criteria, with our findings located in the staff report, which is in the agenda. And I would note that the application meets 6 of the 8 urban form criteria, and as such, under Florida statute, this amendment would not constitute urban sprawl. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the rest of the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements. A full evaluation of those policies, goals, and objectives is available in the staff report. Staff conducted an environmental conditions analysis with the findings included in the staff report. Staff has no concerns related to the items found here on the screen and notes that the subject property is generally suitable for both residential and commercial development. I would note that the subject property is located in an area of high aquifer recharge potential, and as such, additional geotechnical review will be required at time of final design and engineering. However, preliminary analysis was conducted and independently reviewed, and the city's expert concluded that the property is generally suitable for commercial and residential development in compliance with the city's comprehensive plan. A full evaluation is available in the staff report. On April 21st, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Board voted to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. And that brings us to today, where staff recommends that the City Commission find the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and adopt Ordinance 26-09 upon first and final reading pursuant to Chapter 163.3187 Florida statutes. This concludes staff's presentation. They'll answer any questions that the commission may have at this time, and then the applicant is present and also has a presentation.
Yes, point of information, Mr. Mayor. Who was the city expert who did the review?
We went down our continuing contracts list for geotechnical services. I believe it was GSE. Where is the, I know I put it in here. And it was signed by both Kevin P. Fisher, PE, and Kenneth L. Hill, PE.
Thank you, Carson.
Yes. Okay.
applicant.
Thank you. We call for a motion.
Now, Mayor, can we have the applicant do his presentation?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, Madam Attorney. My name is Jerry Diedenbach. I am here on behalf of Rise Partners, and I'm working here in collaboration with Mr. Clay Swager, who is with EDA.
Point of information, or I don't know if it's an order or information, but if I recall correctly, we were supposed to have an explanation about the notices from the city manager for this.
Whenever the mayor wants that, let me know. We'll provide it.
All right. Point of information. What was the reason for the public notice not to be formally presented for the delay?
Mr. Mayor, Carson, do you mind providing that?
So, Mr. Mayor, the applicant is also here and can speak to this, but it is our understanding as staff that the person who is typically responsible for doing their posted notice signs was out on bereavement, and that's how the notice got missed.
Thank you. Come on.
So, Mr. Mayor, as part of the process, I've given a copy of all of our resumes to the clerk, and I'm handing a copy of our resumes now to the city manager. Again, my name is Jerry Diedenbach. I'm here with Clay Swager. We are both certified planners and been practicing in North Central Florida for quite some time now. We've both had careers in the public sector as well as in the private sector here. We were brought to this project to collaborate and create a project that has a different type of form than is traditionally done. The project, as previously approved, as Clay will talk about in our joint presentation, was previously a single-family residential neighborhood that had several hundred residential platted lots in it. The project that's before you now represents a mixed-use community, and it represents a re-exchange, if you will, or a reorientation of land use classifications within the map. That map is the future land use map. We are not proposing policy changes to the comprehensive plan, but we are reorienting existing urban land uses on the map in a small scale format. And with that, I believe staff has our presentation. Clay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager, a certified land planner with EDA. As Mr. Diedenbach mentioned, we'll be giving a joint presentation tonight and be happy to answer all your questions. I'd like to start and go through a few of the background slides with you tonight. As Jerry mentioned, our company, EDA, has been working with the property owner for about 4 years now. And some of the commissioners that have been on for a few years may recall original approvals of a residential subdivision of up to 275 units. And then there was some commercial land that was along the frontage of US 441 that was not included. It just was it remained as commercial intensive and community commercial zoning and the corresponding commercial land use. So as Jerry mentioned tonight, we're bringing forward this, what is defined as a small scale comprehensive plan amendment. It's related to 46 acres of this land. And it will change, and it proposes to change some of the land use designations that are right now urban density and urban intensity based on your comprehensive plan from commercial, medium and low density residential and community commercial to that combination of commercial, community commercial, and moderate density. And we'll try to explain those map changes as clearly as we can to you and what it means and what's allowed now, what the differences are, and try to make it very clear for you all. So as Mr. Diedenbach mentioned, we did have 2 neighborhood workshops. Actually, I think Carson mentioned that. We did have 2 neighborhood workshops in the fall at the Legacy Center. invited the public. We had about 12 folks sign in for each of the meetings. There were more people there, but that's what we had. So we had a good discussion. We tried to explain what the land use map and zoning map includes today as approved and what was being proposed. And so we had those in existing and proposed maps. If the commissioners have been on for some time, remember there was a lot of discussion when these approvals originally went through about 188th Street, sort of a rural road. There was a lot of concern about traffic and impacts along those lines. And so we had a lot of discussions with neighbors to reassure them that what was being proposed tonight and as part of this project moving forward, the evolution, that we would keep those promises made regarding 188th Street, that it would not open up to full traffic, that it would only have an emergency access point, for example. That was hugely important. And so that will remain, and we'll focus on that a couple times tonight. Including the buffers and landscaped areas and stormwater that were on the original plans, to try to show that to the west and to the south that the project is really unchanged. It's really a kind of a reconfiguration of some commercial lands up and around US 441. So as the planner who worked on the original residential development, it was important for me to try to articulate those promises that the residential areas will remain. The lot sizes, the minimum sizes, the number of lots actually is being reduced. And so we'll be happy to discuss that in more detail as you see fit tonight. So this is just a slide showing you sort of a summary of the entitlement process, if you will, the land use and zoning approval and review process. We had almost 11 months ago, pre-application meeting with the city. And then in the fall, we did have 2 neighborhood workshops, one in September, one in October, as I mentioned. We submitted these applications for city review back in October. So it's been under review for quite some time, and there's a lot of work that goes into getting these applications before you. And hopefully it's in a very complete and understandable format, and your staff is very thorough in what they ask of the applicants. I would like to mention that this is the first reading of the zoning subsequent item, and this is the adoption hearing of the land use. If this is approved by the City Commission, there would be processes that would follow, including preliminary plat application that would come back to the City Commission to show the residential subdivision. And the Planning and Zoning Board would review site plans and detailed plans for commercial components of the project. So we've got several team members here tonight. There's a lot of names on there. It really is a pretty significant team of design professionals, including architects, planners, civil engineers, geotechnical engineers, traffic engineers, because we understand, Jerry and I work in your community, we're part of it, and we understand the issues and concerns that are in Alachua. And this is a project that's important. So I'll give our client a lot of credit for bringing all these design professionals forward to try to put the best application forward that we can, going above and beyond on some of the research, some of the environmental engineering, geotechnical studies and work that has been done that really is almost unheard of at a land use and zoning level. But we understand that these are concerns and issues. So we've brought a lot of that information forward. City staff has reviewed it, including their independent experts. So we can discuss that a little bit more as well as we go forward. This is just a sort of a context map, if you will. It shows the 182 acres, which includes residential lands and commercial lands, but really only about 46 acres of it. Where's the
laser?
The other pointer? Yeah.
Oh, the laser's right there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me just point to it for you. So the farmlands development, if you will, is essentially 182 acres that I'm trying to circle for you here. The area in question for the land use map application is essentially in this area closer to US 441. The blue arrows show where the project, if it moves forward, would have its access points. As I mentioned, on the record official promise and commitment that the no full vehicular access to 188th Street would be proposed at any time. meetings with FDOT and coordination have shown that a signalized intersection can be permissible there, and that's about a third of a mile east of 188th Street, just as a point of reference. It's important to understand the scale of where we're looking at here. So it's quite a distance between 188th Street and that proposed signalized intersection. So I'll ask Jerry to come back up. He's going to start talking to you all about the transition and the proposed future land use map, what that means and how it looks as far as the whole property goes. So thank you.
Thank you, Clay.
Thank you.
So looking at the project, this is a difficult decision because it's a very complicated decision. When a city adopts a future land use map in its comprehensive plan, it designates areas for rural, conservation, industrial, recreation, and other purposes, such as commercial, and they are a part of the city's overall future direction. It's important when we look at the data and analysis on this project because it has, as Carson stated, a companion rezoning application with it. The property already has a PD, or Planned Development Residential, on it. And what we are doing in this application is reallocating some additional future land use into the core of this project to move the project away from a direction of the status quo. And what I mean by that exactly, if you look here at the future land use map, and I am highlighting US Highway 441 heading from west to east across the slide, you can see that to the east of this land use amendment is existing commercial land use. To the west of this is existing commercial land use. And so that classification of urban land use exists both to the west and to the east, and we have community commercial in the center, then moderate density residential and low density residential. The white outline is the overall project. And it's very difficult when we're looking at items and they're presented independently, but at the same meeting. So you have the transparency of what is happening with the land use, what is happening with the zoning, because it's often difficult for the public, sometimes for you all, and for the application to ascertain what the change is actually happening. Carson stated it, Clay stated it, and I will restate it, that there is existing land use along this corridor in a linear fashion that we are requesting through a small scale amendment to reallocate into this area and move the community commercial land use down to create a transitional density buffer against the moderate density residential and the low density residential. What will also happen is some of this moderate density residential will be moved on the future land use map to this position here, and then you'll have community commercial, moderate density residential, and then this commercial that exists to the east of the property line where the land use amendment is will move westerly and also connect with the commercial that is on the west side of this. So there is what planners would call, and land use attorneys call, a logical nexus associated with the land use reallocation. Because in lieu of doing strip development, our goal is to create a commercial core inside the property here. So the map will change from this pattern, where you have a band of commercial, to where you will actually have a concentrated area with a transitional density buffer between the commercial and residential, and the commercial will then be solidified across the front of this property. What's very important about that, too, is the fact, again, as Carson stated, Clay stated, and I will state, is that there is a companion zoning. And as staff stated, what is being requested is actually lower than what is already on the future land use map of the city of Alachua.
Jerry, when you get to a place where you could take a break, our Madam Court Reporter could use a break.
We need a bio break?
Just a quick break.
Okay. That's fine. This will probably take 20-ish minutes, though. So if you'd like to pause, I'm
Mr.
sure that there
Mayor,
are
I'm going to
others in the
move for a
audience.
5-minute recess for the
Yes.
court reporter.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Eunice, a public apology too. I was totally wrong. Got caught off guard. A public apology too. Got caught off guard. Caught myself when it was your turn. But that All right, this meeting is called back in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll let everyone get back to their seats. And while they are doing that, it's illuminated green. Can you hear me okay? All right. So again, I'm Jerry Diedenbach, and I'm here with Clay Swager on behalf of the Farmlands Alachua application. I just wanted to let you know, as I always do, I have a notepad here, and you can see it's fairly empty at this particular time. As questions come up, what we will try to do is answer them as thoroughly and completely as possible. So I will take notes in the order that questions come up and do our best to ensure that we are answering all the questions with appropriate data and analysis. So picking up where we were a few moments ago, the application represents reallocation or an exchange of land uses within the future land use map. And what we're showing right now is the existing future land use map and the pattern that exists along US Highway 441, and how this application, which is a small scale application, represents pulling that community commercial downward into the project and replacing a portion of this low density residential with moderate density residential, and then bringing the commercial in a holistic manner across the frontage of this property. Again, the reason why that I was saying is important is because there is a logical nexus that exists, because we are asking for the land use classification that is on either side, the east and west of this property, in an effort to do a mixed use master plan community. So while it was stated that the application today has 275 homes, it will be reduced in the number of residential homes. The application will also, by its companion rezoning, be reduced in the amount of square footage of commercial than what is currently on the map today. And that's an important factor, because bringing this white line, which is the overall project, into view, we are asking for less square footage of non-residential uses than exists on the land use map. We just want to concentrate it into a unified manner here. And that pattern is illustrated by this commercial land use underlying, with the community commercial wrapping around it to the west, south, and southeast. The moderate density residential land use is reduced by 12.99 acres, which represents a reduction of 52 residential dwelling units on the property. So it is de-intensifying the residential in the moderate area. The low density residential is reduced by 20 acres, which reduces it by now a total of 72 dwelling units being taken out of the adopted plan that Mr. Swager and his colleagues at EDA placed upon the property. The community commercial is increasing by 3.2 acres, and the commercial is increasing by 30.11 acres, but those component pieces will be governed by the companion rezoning. So as an important fact of data and analysis is the area that will have this commercial land use on it, now in the blue boundary, in the application that you will hear next, is actually, again, less than what's on the map today. We are not intensifying the land. We are exchanging and placing that commercial here. And this is an area where there is a large stormwater basin too, to provide a density gradient and a transitional density buffer between the residential area and non-residential on the map. When we performed a comparison of the future land use classifications that was contained in our application materials and reviewed by professional staff, you can see that Bringing this community commercial down here into this proposed future land use pattern will actually allow for a reduction in units. And the number that I believe Carson had when he calculated in his entirety was a little bit over 860,000 square feet that would be allowed by the map, but that is not what's being proposed within the project. So again, in summary, even though the commercial, the community commercial, and the commercial future land use map areas are slightly increasing within the project area, as 2 residential areas are reduced and relocated within the site in the city, the companion rezoning application cap will keep the square footage below the by right future land use map classification allowances for density and intensity. This underscores the fact that when doing piecemeal development, a property at a time, then the next property, then the next property, in an uncontrolled manner, has a greater impact on the city's resources: water, sewer, transportation, stormwater. Because what you have, and we used to call that sausage development, someone says, I want to buy the next acre or the next acre and a half, you don't have a coordinated master plan. Moreover, when you look at the needs analysis as a component of the application materials, the needs analysis show us clearly that there is a deficit in housing in the state of Florida as thousands move to our state every single month. By creating your comprehensive plan with adopted policies, your city staff have reviewed Clay and my application materials and our entire team's application materials and found 28 areas of consistency in the city's comprehensive plan that support mixed use and master planned communities as opposed to sausage development or homogeneous just subdivisions. There is an advantage because when we look at this holistically in a master plan format, we are able to address things that deal with transportation by adding sidewalks, by adding trails, by coordinating with adjacent properties to ensure that interconnection happens both internally for the residents in the neighborhood that's already been approved, as well as future properties to the east, south, west, and north. As stated by your professional staff, they have conducted the urban sprawl analysis. This does not trigger any elements or any of the indicators of urban sprawl in accordance with Florida statutes. In fact, the development pattern and urban form criteria, the project is mixed use and master planned. The project area already has designated urban land uses on the property. It's not a transition from ag or from conservation. It already has urban land uses on the property. It's within the city limits. It promotes internal and external walkability and connected communities by including sidewalks, trails, and non-motorized ways to get around once someone's home. They can walk to dinner. If the kid has their first job working in a restaurant, or if they're assisting and they work in a dental office or something like that, they can walk to work. This is a different program than what has traditionally occurred in the community. It is redevelopment in the sense of a commercial nursery that doesn't have identified natural resources on it. So we've not found sinkholes, wetlands, and things that would preclude the urbanization of this. Staff has testified to that, and those materials are also in our application. And the existing and proposed land uses are urban and urban transitional. This is at the city limits line as you are coming into the city of Alachua. The city has already designated urban commercial and commercial intensive zoning, community commercial and community commercial, and designated urban residential densities. This also, as a master plan community, promotes the efficient and cost-effective use of existing public infrastructure and services. It promotes the concentration of uses in what you're seeing in more modern development patterns where you don't have to use your car to get to everything. Once you're home in your neighborhood may have a coffee shop, it may have a restaurant, it may have an optician, it may have a dentist, it may have general retail, but they're all in the same place in a walkable format. And what this also does is it provides clear separation between urban and rural uses by using proper planning mechanisms and infilling the density in a core area of the property surrounded by residential that's both internally connected for multiple ways of travel, pedestrianism, bicyclism, driving your car home or out in the day, and then it will connect to the abutting properties as you should. And the plan does not create a loss of functional open space within the city. This is a private nursery today. So it's transitioning into an area that will have open spaces within it. It'll have trails, it'll have stormwater management areas, and areas accessible by the public. City staff has analyzed the application consistent with statutes, Chapter 163, 3177, about urban form criteria, and found that the application is consistent with the city's urban form criteria. Generally, at a small scale land use application, one wouldn't go in and do geotechnical borings and geotechnical investigation. Part of our project team, when Clay went through the overall organizational tree, is Mr. Keith Butts, who is here this evening. Keith represents Universal Engineering Services and is a professional, and his work has conducted over 60 borings across this property, which was then submitted in both a map format and then a technical report signed and sealed by a licensed professional engineer who practices in the state of Florida, and then reserved through staff and then referred to professional engineering consultants from GSE who reviewed the materials and found that this area has no major concerns. And furthermore, if something were to happen, there are policies in both the city's comprehensive plan, the Water Management District criteria, and the state of Florida's Department of Environmental Protection. Should something happen on the property, there are ways to deal with it without detriment to the public's health, safety, and welfare. So it's been a pleasure working with our client, Rise Partners, because every single thing the city has asked for during the course of this application has been met with a, sure, we'll do that. They want to do the best job possible. We have done multiple iterations of transportation modeling. They have conducted geotechnical exploration of the project site and come up with information and important data and analysis that indicates the project being requested is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and does not pose a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare of the city of Alachua. That geotechnical data, and you can see those sheets from the consulting engineer's report signed by one of the principals and another one of the engineers at GSE, Ken Hill signed and sealed this, shows that this project can move forward and is not a detriment to the community. When we talk about transportation planning, it is a component of a community's comprehensive plan. Cities must identify ways to deal with congestion, level of service, safety, and operational issues. Generally, in a small-scale land use amendment, we would look at trip generation and trip distribution. How many new trips are going to go on the road and what directions are they going to travel? Again, our client has allowed us to go farther and say operationally what's going to happen in this area. Because in the city's adopted future transportation circulation map, which I'm displaying here, it shows one corridor on the east side of town going from Progress Park across the city. Our project is here on the western side of town. And this road that is transitioning from orange to blue here is the one facility that's contained in the city's transportation map. This map that you see here in front of you now is the city's adopted peak level of service map. This map illustrates that by the year 2035, that the section 6 here between 235 and the I-75 corridor, which I'm highlighting on the screen, will go to a level of service F. That means that it will have delays. It will not be a parking lot, but it will not be a free-flowing facility as if it had a level of service A or B. There will be delays that will be experienced along the corridor. And we know that that is a future condition. We also know through our modeling of this project that that level of service F will come sooner. Because of what we are doing in this project and what we can afford to do from a pragmatic perspective of a master plan community is proposed modifications to the city's transportation system, working in conjunction with the Florida Department of Transportation to extend the life of that facility. So again, the only road that is planned in the city of Alachua is the extension of the San Velasco Parkway, which is completed from 241 South into Progress Park, but then planned to go in this direction southeasterly over toward 43rd Street at the eastern portion of the city. In our modeling, there are several things that are going to be included in the course of this project. Number one is a signal added to US Highway 441. Number two, the applicant will be taking and funding a study with the Florida Department of Transportation, who has jurisdictional responsibility on US Highway 441, since it is a state facility, and be reviewing and suggesting changes to the progression of traffic lights along the entirety of the 441 corridor so that the traffic can move more smoothly. So that in the AM peak, when traffic is headed toward major employment centers like the city, Progress Park, San Velasco Tech City, the University of Florida, and points in Gainesville, that the platoon of traffic in the AM peak will move more smoothly in an easterly direction, thus keeping the level of service at a very much lower level. Another way to state that is, even with the addition of the project, because of the enhancements being proposed, it does not make the road worse. It, in fact, improves the travel time from a few seconds in some links to 20 seconds or so in certain links. It doesn't cause it to prematurely fail. In our analysis, we also noted that, and these counts come directly from the Florida Department of Transportation, that the volume of traffic since COVID has dropped slightly on the corridor. So in combination with adding a signal, doing a signal study along the entire corridor, and then introducing sidewalks, trails, as well as acceleration and deceleration lanes proximate to the project, that we can help extend the life cycle of the 441 corridor. It's important because to do anything in Alachua County, you must be consistent with DOT rules, and Alachua County has a policy restriction on the number of travel lanes not being more than 4 total lanes, so 2 east, 2 west. Years ago, when the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization, now under a different name, the Gainesville-Alachua County Transportation Planning Organization, adopted policies, they didn't want roads like Archer Road anymore, or South 34th Street or Newberry Road. So roads throughout Alachua County, excepting the state's intermodal SIS type system, okay, that are evacuation corridors, aren't going to get any wider. So what you have to do are transportation system modifications to those roads. Improve the timing of signals, improve turning movements, acceleration and deceleration out of the travel lanes, and safe entry and egress from the actual travel lanes. So in the conclusions and recommendations, and our traffic engineer is here tonight, we brought forward a project that mindful of the increase in actual development on a site today that's a tree farm, it's proposing less intensity and less residential units, and it's performing modifications to the 441 corridor to extend the life of that corridor and change the direction from being just the status quo of every lot gets a driveway, every driveway is a business, and it never ends. In the public facilities analysis conducted by your professional staff, they have stated the project results in a net reduction in both potential residential units and non-residential square footage on the property. In addition, the project will introduce a signalized intersection and include transportation system management, or TSM, projects and strategies along the US Highway 441 corridor in coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation. And that discussion has been ongoing for months now. We started that in the fall with the district office in Lake City, as well as with the state office in Tallahassee. So it's important to note, as a land use amendment, the small scale comprehensive plan amendment, which is a map amendment, does not constitute a final nor preliminary development order and is not required to comply with level of service standards at this phase. Nonetheless, we have things that we are doing to improve the transportation system along the corridor. And approval of this small scale comprehensive plan amendment does not reserve capacity on the road. In other words, we have to rezone the property and have to go through site development plans to reserve that capacity, but the commitments are all the same in the process. City staff have reviewed this and found consistency in your future land use element, your transportation element, your housing element, community facilities element, and the conservation and open space element. The application as a whole is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The proposed future land use and zoning designations for this property enable a desirable development pattern of mixed-use development. It diversifies and increases the city's tax base. And I'm sure we'll want to talk about that in light of what happened in the legislature last week. All cities and counties in Florida are going to take a hit. This project represents a major investment, and it will increase the tax roll in the city, both in a commercial and residential factor, beyond what the exemption extensions are going to be proposing. This enhances a complementary future land use category distribution by placing transitional density buffers in there, going from low to moderate to community commercial, and then a commercial core in the center of the project. And it also will promote job creation and economic growth within the city limits inside that mixed-use project. Our projections are about 1,300 temporary jobs are created during the life cycle of building the project, whether that's professional engineers, site contractors, builders, drywall folks, electricians, plumbers, and other professionals. Through the life cycle of the project, it'll have about 1,300 people working on the project. Once the commercial, non-residential component of the project is in there, it'll have about a similar number of about 1,300 people that will work within this 30-ish acre core. Staff identified 28 goals, objectives, and policies and consistencies, and recommends that the application be approved. Your Planning and Zoning Board heard this on April 21st, and they also are recommending that this application be approved. And you are hearing this tonight at your public hearing. This is an excerpt from the city staff report from April 21st. So as part of our presentation, we'd like to conclude we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Reallocating and redistributing map elements within a project is complicated. It looks scary, and it can look like major change in a community. But when Mr. Swager and I began to work on this with RISE Partners, what we noted was we're really not increasing the intensity out there. We're just allocating it in a master plan community so that Alachua can have a mixed-use neighborhood similar to what's occurring in other portions of Alachua County and throughout the state, in an effort to lower transportation impacts upon the state's system and the county system, and create a more valuable area of land that has a higher quality of life associated with it because of the master planning that goes into the project. So in conclusion, both city staff and City of Alachua's Planning and Zoning Board have both found the application consistent with the comprehensive plan, and both are recommending that the commission approve the applicant's request for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. And when I was doing the math, because that's what I do when I think of this thing, is you saw that about 30 acres of commercial is moving on there. That is 0.14% of the City of Alachua's total land area. So it's 1/14% of the entire city that we're talking about tonight to be creating a mixed-use master plan community on property that already has existing land use and zoning, but not in the right places. We're happy to answer any questions you have. Clay and I and our team are here, as we have been many times, and look forward to any engaging discussion or questions you may have about this. Thank you. And again, I will take notes. I know there will be many questions. There were many at Planning and Zoning Board meeting, so I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I know Clay and the rest will also.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I had some questions for Mr. Diedenbach.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Diedenbach.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, yes.
All right, a couple questions. Now, when you're talking about this development versus what's happening with the CRA, and we're talking about the downtown area, is there going to be any type of contrast or conflict with what we're trying to do there versus what's trying to happen over here? Because we just hired a guy we're probably paying pretty penny from Gainesville.
I think you hired Mr. Blumberg,
Yes,
or Dr. Blumberg. Yes, yes. I know Daniel very well. The answer, Mr. Mayor, to the commissioner's question is I don't believe that to be a conflict. Downtowns are a special type of place. They require a special type of tenancy. They require a special type of user. They're generally extremely walkable, but what we always see, whether it's the downtown city of Newberry or the downtown Hawthorne or downtown Alachua, parking is always at an issue. I've been coming to this community since the 90s and thinking about how those pieces work. The challenges that are faced is downtowns are often great places for starter businesses because one can find an existing structure that already has water, sewer, electric, maybe gas, fiber, and can have a scale where they can start a business, they can build a trade and a client base, and then transition to freestanding. A really good example that our office worked on is Miapa Latin Cafe. It started in a strip center on the south side of 441, and after several years of successful business, Mr. Mayor, we were honored that they came back to us and said, hey, NV5, would you guys do us a standalone? So they launched themselves out of an inline tenant box into a standalone on the other side. And they wanted to have, dining space inside, and they wanted to have a bigger ability. So part of Daniel's job, and certainly part of Brian and Carson's, is understanding that there is need in our community. And when I say need, Mr. Mayor, there are people that want the services and utilize the services that you drive to Gainesville for. You might want to get a pallet of diapers, or you might want to get retail goods that are sold on a national basis that may not be in a small downtown. So both can exist happily. Alachua Farm and Lumber at the end of Main Street is a really good example of, you can go in and buy a pair of jeans, and you can buy feed and seed, and you can buy all the things necessary for plant care, but somebody might want to go to an area where they're going to get national fashion choices, or they're going to get dental care, ophthalmic care, and those are established in bigger boxes, and they may be represented by a national tenant, recognizing that within our zip code 32615 here, that there is enough need because people are driving to Gainesville to get it, or people are driving to Lake City to get it. So both can exist healthily, Mr. Mayor, in answer to Commissioner Umasa's question.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, just one more quick question. So now when you talk about the transportation, the trails and the sidewalks and different things, what about, again, the transportation piece as far as people who don't live in that community, you know, because
Excuse me. I would like for y'all to keep your voices down, please.
but because you talked about the community and you can, you know, walk to the restaurants, you can walk to work, you can do this. But what about the people who don't live in that community? You know, being able to, you know, utilize the services there or the jobs there or different things like that, so that we're not a community within a community, you know, kind of deal.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's an excellent question. And there are a couple aspects that keep that system alive and available for all. Number one, when I attended the community workshops with Clay, they made a promise to the residents along 188th that they would not connect the physical road there. But there is an emergency ingress egress access point there. If you live along 188th or if you are working along the 441 corridor, there will be sidewalks and pedestrian facilities so that someone external to the project could walk through the project to get to a restaurant. So you're allowing connectivity to occur in a non-motorized fashion. So a nice evening stroll to the restaurant, or let's go walk out for Sunday brunch in the morning, that will be there for others. When we do sidewalks, and there will be sidewalks along the US Highway 441 corridor, those businesses that abut us, like Santa Fe Ford to the east, a worker could say, let's go get burgers for lunch and let's walk to the restaurant. So that ability to have both internal connectivity of a non-motorized fashion and then external connection into the project is built on the west side of the project on 188th. It is also planned on the east side of the project. So as those projects and those properties between here and Santa Fe Ford and the core of the city build, that future transportation connections can pick up the same multimodal systems of roadways, sidewalks, and trails. And one of the aspects, if I go back to the map real slightly, one of the aspects that's unique to this project, and I have a better picture of it in the zoning application, is that along the southern portion of this project is the old rail line. And you can see coming from the northwest to the left-hand side of the slide across 188th and then this arcing pattern, this will be one of the first projects ever to have a rail trail conversion in it in that old Seaboard Coast rail line here. And that is a condition that staff has put in and that we are going to do. So as other projects and other communities, like you have residential here, if they wanted to extend that rail trail, then you start to create that linkage, and then you've created a way ultimately to downtown where somebody could ride their bike to downtown or walk or, you know, use an e-scooter or something like that. So, Mr. Mayor, in answer to the question, there are multiple layers of connectivity built into the master planning of the community. So it's not just a neighborhood you get to by a car out there at the edge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I got a list.
So thank you. One of the things I do want to hop back on, Mr. Demock, is
Certainly.
Regarding the tax base. I just want to be clear, and for the public, I'm not going to make any decisions based on how much tax money I can get for the city, even with the stuff up. We're going to work on our budget. For those who are concerned with the tax exemptions and how that will work that way, we're not going to make any of our decisions based on how much money, you know, carrots get dangled in front of our face. With that, I want to be clear on that. One of the things that I do also want to clear up is, were you at the May meeting?
The May meeting?
Yeah. When this was deferred?
Yes, I was. I was sitting in the back corner. I had driven up and I was sitting in the back corner watching the discussion.
Next time we're having a discussion like that, please come up and like help us. You know, it was a bit tenuous and confusing, so just speaking up would help us really navigate that easier on what's going on with that. It was really confusing.
Absolutely. On request, I'm happy to approach and provide information.
Moving on, you mentioned we're walking, people walking from Santa Fe Ford to this development.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody else who can walk to that development?
Yes, actually there is, Mr. Mayor. In answer to Commissioner's question, when we talked about how to provide modifications or enhancements to the 441 corridor. We worked in coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation and then the folks who are developing Briarwood Town Center across the street. We actually had collaborative meetings with those developers as well as the Florida Department of Transportation and moved our connection point to correspond with Briarwood Town Center. In creating that signal, the Florida Department of Transportation is having us design that as a multimodal signal. So it will have not only vehicular signalized movements, it will have pedestrian and bicycle crossings on it. So the folks that will live in Briarwood Town Center here can walk across a signalized intersection that'll have pedestrian control. And so you'll have connectivity not only to the east where there are other businesses here, but you'll have connectivity to this community that's developing on the north through a signalized intersection.
What's the speed limit on the road right now?
Speed limit is 65 here, and that is a point that we have heard over and over during our workshops to try to lower that.
Okay,
Yes.
and so do you have this arrangement with that development on the opposite side and FDOT in writing?
We have that in the traffic study, and it is a component of our application process.
So, if this goes through, it's going to happen.
Mr. Mayor, if this goes through, it will happen because it will be a condition of not only the land use effective as you package this with the zoning on there. In development plan approval, those plans which are being drafted will be incorporated in this, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Okay. So I guess the question that I have now, I guess it's more directed towards city staff, is why is it that an applicant can work with FDOT to basically improve our traffic on 441, but we can't have these same type of conversations with DOT?
Mr. Mayor, we do have good relationship with FDOT. We work with them hand in hand. All these developments that go through, we have worked on the signal sequencing. So that statement's not accurate. We do work very well with FDOT in managing our traffic.
So
thank you.
My question follow up to that is if this does not go through, are we still on track with our conversations with them already on sequencing?
So listening to the presentation, you heard one of the conditions that the applicant's providing is that extra coordination and financing for that study to occur.
Okay, so we know the costs, and what I'm saying is, like, if this does not go through, we know there is a route to still doing this for our city.
Again, this is a very layered question that you're asking. And so this development provides the potential to have a relief in traffic, which was narrated by the developer. We can engage conversation with FDOT about the traffic signaling, and we can look into them and see when we can schedule those items.
Okay, because my concern is that whether or not this goes forward or not is we've been hearing concerns about traffic on 441, and my question is why is the solution to it appearing before us in this versus something we could have achieved possibly years ago? Like, was it a financial thing that we're relying on the applicant to achieve? Is it, connections that we're relying on? Why is it that the city cannot get this done, but we require the assistance of an applicant to achieve this when we're talking about traffic in our city?
Are you
it's to
are you
city
asking
manager.
this questioning
It's to the city manager. It's to my city manager.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to get Mr. Fletcher up to speed, the city has coordinated with FDOT in the past. They have provided the study, and we have integrated that signal sequence within the lights. They do it every 5 to 7 years, and so that study hasn't come up yet. And so the way those signals are operating are the best, efficient, optimal service that FDOT provides.
Okay. So then for you, Mr. Dienbach, because what I don't like is I don't like specific carrots being dangled in front of me to approve or not approve things. Okay. I like to know the facts of the case, just read them out and we'll work through them together. So the sequencing of lights, that is something that, as we've heard, the city already works with DOT on. What are you saying that is different than that in this scenario?
What I am saying is that as a part of our programming for this project, we will be funding the Florida Department of Transportation's signalization study along the 441 corridor. When we were in our application process and review process as a coordinated process, we worked with DOT and said, what can we do to help a road that is policy constrained at 4 lanes? Being a transportation planner for 12 years before working in land use now for the last 20 something, DOT has an annual transportation improvement program that's done by metropolitan areas and counties, and that is driven by what's called a list of priority projects. When the Florida Department of Transportation, as Manager Rodolfo Valadares stated, when they look at that, they are balancing the needs of the entire county and the small communities. We have the ability to accelerate that by funding a DOT project effectively, which accelerates it for a community. If it was up to timing, the city of Newberry, by example, wouldn't be building the two-way pairs through downtown. That's a DOT capacity project, which they're working on. We are bringing something forward in coordination with the signal that is being brought forward and funded, designed and paid for by the applicant, as well as acceleration and deceleration lanes along the corridor to make the system work more efficiently. It takes at least 5 to 7 years for DOT to program a project.
So, okay, that's making more sense on how you guys are helping with this. Again, facts and numbers. How much does that cost? How much are you, I guess, you and the development partners committing to for that project?
In totality, we have not totaled all the money. I would imagine that the signal is south of $1 million, but probably over $500,000. The study is in the tens of thousands of dollars for the corridor because the city of Gainesville actually controls all the signals in Alachua County in a coordinated manner for timing and turning movements and so forth. So that has to be funded through DOT and processed through engineers at DOT and the city of Gainesville. So it's in the tens of thousands of dollars. And I don't have estimates, Mr. Mayor, for the soft and hard costs related to the modifications for acceleration and deceleration lanes that will happen both at the project itself as well as other points on the 441 corridor.
Question for our staff. Do we have examples of PD commercial in the city already?
Mr. Mayor, we have several PD commercial districts within the city. Is there a specific one you have in mind?
Just some examples for us.
The Briarwood development across the street is zoned PD commercial but has not yet been developed. The Hammock is zoned PD commercial on the front but has not yet been developed. And then again, this is off the top of my head, the Schmidt Farms property has a portion that's PD commercial and has not been developed yet.
Thanks, Carson. Do we have any piecemeal developments in our city?
Mr. Mayor, I would consider a good chunk of a standard city to be developed over years and decades and centuries in a piecemeal fashion.
Okay. Any specific ones?
Most of the central city area.
Okay. All right. So I will give.
Due to the time, can we shorten our questions, please? I'm asking.
No, I have a list of questions that I need to go through to make informed decisions here.
Well, can you shorten them, please?
No. So another thing is we were talking about geotechnical in this. Is that something staff asked for, or was that something the applicant provided on their behalf, on their own?
Mr. Mayor, we discussed it briefly with the applicant ahead of time, stating that it would likely be a condition of their PD approval to have a full geotech done. They then went on their own behalf to go get a preliminary geotech done.
Okay. One of the other things on here is we talk about traffic on this. When we look at any type of large scale commercials, what are we expecting the hours of traffic for this?
Mr. Mayor, that would be any business hours. I can't speak to the specific hours
So
of
no
business.
late night trucks coming through the area. Are we
Potentially.
gonna? Because my concern here is over on 235, that area where we already have those distribution centers. We're having
Mhm.
trucks coming through there all through, all hours of the day. My concern is, are we pushing those trucks again in this way, providing additional traffic on that?
Mr. Mayor, I think the applicant would be better equipped to answer that question.
That's fine.
So, Mr. Mayor, there will be delivery trucks that occur of different sizes and scales until a final tenant base is established in there. I can't give you an example of, there are going to be 5 trucks, prior to 8 a.m. one time a week, or, the garbage trucks are going to be there at any specific time, or, deliveries. But it will be, synonymous with other commercial development that occurs throughout the city and the county.
Thank you. For Carson, do we have the ability to make our time right now for rush hour is 7 through around 9 that time, right?
Mhm.
Is there a way maybe further down the road where we can put in safeguards there to say hey, we know you guys need these deliveries, but you cannot be doing it during our peak hours when people are stuck in traffic?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There are several avenues to that, and our land use attorney can expound upon those as well. You can add conditions to a planned development, maybe not the land use portion itself, but the planned development ordinance following this has a litany of conditions already included. You could potentially add one. Otherwise, we do have residential protection standards. This site is within vacant residential property. Even as part of the PD, those residential protection standards would apply and do specifically call out in the land development regulations the ability to limit hours of operation and deliveries as part of a site plan approval.
Okay. Well, and then I guess last thing here is, what if we do the zoning change here?
Mhm.
We're not talking about concurrency and that stuff with segments. My question is what is the traffic load if we do the zoning changing as is? What's the what is it zoned for max? Not what can be built, right? But what is it zoned for max?
For the planned development,
For what we're talking about right now.
the land use.
Right.
So the land use, we don't necessarily do a traffic analysis for land use, but the total amount of potential square footage, again, in the land use of non-residential would be just over 1 million permitted. However, the companion rezoning is for only 450,000, and that's what the traffic analysis is based off of.
So the traffic analysis is based off of 450?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Not the million?
That's correct, because they're companion items.
And we're asking for the which one again?
In total, the end result of both actions would be 450,000 square feet. The item we're currently discussing is 1 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney.
We're going to do a motion.
Do we not?
My name's Peggy
Mr. Mayor,
Portwine.
point of order. I do believe we have to make a motion first.
Yes.
Then we can go ahead with public
Right.
comment after it's
Okay.
been seconded.
All right.
Can I get a motion?
Are we required, point of information or point of order, are we required to make a motion?
Yes, you have to make a decision on an application.
Before the citizens speak?
Yes. That wasn't the question. It was, do they have to make a motion?
Excuse me. No, excuse me.
I just want to be clear. She said a decision. You have to make a decision, and that's kind of misleading.
Excuse
so I wanted
me.
clarity.
Excuse me.
We're not a public comment yet. The mayor's trying
And
to
that's
add.
why I'm saying, please, I do not want to put no one else out, but you must follow the order. I'm trying to be as fair as I can, but if you don't follow the order, I will ask you to leave. There's no other warning. This is your final warning. And if you can't respect my order, you're going to have to go.
Mr. Mayor, I think you were at the point in the agenda, as Commissioner Fletcher pointed out, that the board would entertain a motion.
I asked my questions. Feel free to ask.
I mean, I'll make the motion. I'll move based on the presentation before this commission and the staff's recommendation. This commission finds the applicant for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for JTFA LLC to be consistent with the cities of Alachua's comprehensive plan, adopts ordinance 29-09 upon its first and reading and pursuant with the chapter of 163.3187 with the Florida statutes.
Second. I passed my gavel. I second it. I can't. Can I?
Point of
Pass
order
the
for
gavel,
this, attorney.
and you can.
Hmm?
If you pass the gavel, you can.
So if I pass the gavel, I can. I second.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I believe you have to pass the gavel to a person
I
who has not put a motion on the floor.
I just passed the gavel to the vice mayor.
The question.
You've
Can
already
you
made
guys
the
hear me?
motion.
Yes. Okay. Can he pass the gavel to somebody who's already made the motion is the question.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, you now would conduct public
Yeah,
comment.
I pass it to you.
You have a motion and a second, and now it's time to open for public comment or any other questions that the commission may have. But you're in charge now through the end of the item.
Roger that. All right. Comment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Peggy Portwine. I've lived in Alachua for 6 years. I've seen the area on 441 go through where you can zip through to where between 3:30 and 6, it can get real heavy in that area. It's the only way people from Alachua can get to the springs, which is a big draw for Alachua, High Springs, people coming into the city. I don't see what I see after having lived in north of Atlanta in farmland is sprawl, urban sprawl is what I see. And if they're thinking of putting a possible Walmart in this area, we have a Walmart 15 miles away. No, 9 miles away, 15 minutes away. Walmart will bring a loss of local capital. It will hurt small mom and pop shops. It would not keep the money circulating locally because when it's spent at Walmart, profits are funneled out of the community to corporate headquarters, leaving the local economy with a drain of cash. It makes it impossible for small stores, hardware stores, and pharmacies to compete. Who can compete with Walmart? It also lowers retail wages. It burdens public resources because many of the workers that work at Walmart are paid barely a living wage. and a significant number of them have to then rely on public assistance. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow commissioners. My name is Gary Pappas. I live directly across from the tree farm on Northwest 188th Street. You all should have my handouts with the tabs. Please take those out. I'm going to move very quickly through them. I'm providing Mr. Diedenbach and Mr. Swager 3 copies of my handouts so they can follow along. Tab 1, page 1 is the chronology of the development at the tree farm beginning in 2021 through 2024. Importantly, what you get from this chronology is that this city has already granted a very significant land use amendment on behalf of the tree farm. In July of 2022, you changed 155 acres from agriculture to residential and 7 acres from agriculture to community commercial. Page 2 is the plat of the farmlands residential subdivision that the tree farm submitted to this city and you approved. Far from being piecemeal development, that plat is a planned development that the tree farm asked for. They even asked for construction plans, which this city approved in December of 2024. But then the construction didn't begin. Why? Because the tree farm decided to sell 40 acres of land to Rise Partners so that it could build a 60-acre shopping center in conjunction with the 20 acres it has under contract to the east of the tree farm, including Jack Small Business and Jack Small Engine and Road Rangers. Who is Rise Partners? Mr. Diedenbach told you Rise is his client. Tab 3 is a quote from the Rise Partners website. They are a privately owned, vertically integrated commercial development firm from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Rise commissioned a traffic study. It's in the public record. Tab 4 is the cover page. Tab 5 is what I want you to look at. Mr. Diedenbach never showed you tab 5. This is the site plan for the shopping center that Rise Partners attached to the traffic study. Far from being a low-intensity development, that giant big box store in the middle of that shopping center is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. On February 24th, 2026, I had a meeting in this building with Mr. Carson Crockett and Mr. Brian Thomas. I showed them that site plan. Mr. Thomas told me it was commonly known within City Hall that that big box store would be a Walmart, which makes sense because Rise Partners opened a Walmart in Pensacola area in September of 2025 and says on its site, on its press release, that it is proud and grateful of its continuing relationship with Walmart. Residents of Alachua did not move to this city to shop at a nearby Walmart. If we wanted that, we would have moved to Gainesville. Big box shopping centers bring unwanted traffic, noise, and congestion. Their parking lots are magnets for crime, and Walmart has a track record of destroying local businesses. If I might just finish and wrap
Mayor,
up.
I got it.
May I
Thank
just
you.
have 2 seconds
Thank
to
you.
wrap up?
Your time is up.
Thank you.
It's okay, Mayor.
Hello, Madam Vice Mayor, Soria Lindberg. I'm a little dizzy and hot from the air in here. I'm proud of our community. What you're seeing is unity and concern for our community. And I also like to challenge the notion that you have to have a motion. I watched a Gainesville Commission meeting a few weeks ago where Mr. Diedenbach and Attorney Boyce were at Gainesville and there was no motion on the floor and they asked to move it. So the applicant has 7 acres of commercial property. You are not taking that away with a no vote. They keep their 7 acres. Imagine how many businesses you can put on it. They have 7 acres. We're not taking it away. Their planned development, 60 acres. I mapped it out. 60 acres is the Santa Fe High School football field to Dunkin' Donuts. That is 60 acres. As you just heard, it's well known it's a Walmart. There's something called the Walmart effect that Ivy League colleges studied. And I gave you a handout with that and also a backup page, but I'm going to read 3 things that are directly from that article. I'm so dizzy. 1. New research suggests that the company makes communities it operates in poorer, even taking account its famous low prices. 2. Walmart uses its low prices to undercut competitors, forcing local mom and pop grocers and regional chains to slash their costs or go out of business altogether. 3. 5 years after a Walmart enters, employment falls by 3%. Where's those 1,200 jobs we got text messages about? So these are not my opinions. These are studied and tried and true. But what happens to the jobs that are small businesses? The mom and pop shops. Thank you. Call my husband if something happens. You have a downtown that many are working really hard on and you're partnering with. You're giving them markets and concerts and downtown festivals. It's perfect. But if this gets approved, to me, it feels like you're shaking them with one hand and stabbing them in the back with the other. Their traffic study references 3 sit-down restaurants, 3 drive-thrus. What happens to Conestogas if they have to complete with Texas Roadhouse, which is also in public record? What happens to other businesses we appreciate, like Pizza in the Hood? Bevs, if more drive-thrus are added. Please consider the businesses already invested here and make Alachua what it is. You're voting to change the land use map. It's purely discretionary. And the commission made the map. You can pick whether you want to change it or not. You can include public sentiment because it's legislative. The planning director said, and Madame Vice Mayor, he said at the joint workshop, as a deciding body, you can decide, even though this is legal, do I still think it's good for my community? You have that decision to make. He told you that. So yes, comp plan and compliance is what the planning department decided to say if it was legal, but you can include public sentiment in that. And also, there's public record where city staff is recruiting Walmart. Multiple emails, you'll see a copy of that in your handout too. So it's like you're putting the cart before the horse. And the last thing I'll say, a no vote is to protect our small businesses and the local charm that makes it a good life community. She's in charge, Mr. Mayor. She heard me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, gotta go home.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Mrs. Vice Mayor, can I make a suggestion to the folks that are speaking? I know everybody wants to get their 3 minutes of what they're saying in. You can certainly put the writing in the record if you so choose. But for our Madam Court Porter, my understanding is Sierra Club retained her and she's trying to create a record. And when you read so quickly, it's really difficult for her to create that record, just as a piece of advice. It's a hard thing on her.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Smallbine, and I'm just gonna, okay. Has the part 2 operational analysis already been completed? Has it? The part 2 operational analysis. I'm asking you.
This is
For the traffic,
So,
okay?
Right. Ask the questions to our chair.
Okay.
And then he's going to take a record of
All
all your
right.
questions. And respond.
The developer has recommended a detailed analysis on their roadway, but the I-75 ramp has not been addressed or what's going on there. When I get shoved to the shoulder when a truck's coming at me, I don't know how a commercial, they're saying that it is not going to increase more truck traffic. All right. If this operational analysis that is in their report has not been completed, I don't know how you guys can vote on the zoning. Another question that I would have is regards with Appendix C in the trip generation. If the applicant or his staff can clarify if the trip generation analysis for this project specifically breaks out the T factor or the anticipation of heavy traffic. Just to let you know, a semi equals 2 to 3 cars. All right? 2 to 3 cars. If it does not, can the commission require analysis showing how the intersection, and I'm talking about the 75 ramp coming off there, how this would change if the performance, if that T factor is higher. Now let's talk about emergency access. Where are your hospitals? Where are your hospitals? Yeah, you're right in there. That intersection is at a D. You do not legally have to vote on something that is going to make it an F or an E. As it is, what is the sweep path? What happens when that becomes gridlock? Your police are over there. How are they? Is a developer going to get an emergency ramp for those emergency vehicles to go in? How are you handling emergency? God forbid the kids are coming across 441, they get smacked and hit. How are you getting them to the hospital? The only trauma centers that you have are in Gainesville. That artery of I-75 is extremely important. And the trucks are just lining up. And yeah, I know it's FDOT, but you are putting more heavy trucks on the road on I-75. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, point of personal privilege. I believe there was a discussion with the court reporter at 9:30, just for her comfort and accuracy of the record, to take a 5-minute recess for that. I just
You had talked to me before. I didn't see any signal from. Okay, is that the will that you would need another break at this time?
30 more minutes. Okay.
Mr. Walker, are you saying for, I just want to make clarification for myself, are you saying that what they are bringing we can submit to the clerk?
They could, if they have some, it seemed to me that there was, the statement was being read and they were trying to get in all of the information. It seemed a couple of the speakers have done that in their 3 minutes. And if they're concerned about that, they can print out whatever it is that their writing is, so they make sure all the information is in before the clerk and speak in a way that doesn't have to read all of that so quickly, because Madam Court Reporter can't possibly take that down. Just as a FYI to everybody.
And that would be something that they would do right now tonight?
They
if
could do that, yes.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Come on.
Thank you, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Manager, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sandra Elsey. I moved here in 1989, and I taught in this community for 27 years, both public and private schools. When I look at the icon behind you, Alachua, Florida, the Good Life community, somehow or other in my vision, it doesn't incorporate, the traffic jams and all the trucks, which, very often we're hearing about the accidents with trucks and how fatal they are. I'm also concerned about the environmental aspect, even though I've heard that everything has kind of been checked out. That area, that karst landscape topography and cave system, is very delicate, and you hate to see something like that. Like, I went to Post Springs maybe like a week and a half ago, and there were two people there that were kind of sectioning it off, kind of professionally. So I asked them, like, well, what's going on here? How is the Springs doing? And they said, well, it's not very healthy. And I said, what do you attribute that to? Agricultural runoff, and also when there's so much water being used by a corporation like Walmart, that also affects, that very delicate karst system that we have with the caves. So I would request the commission to really think hard about what we really want for our Alachua. So many people move here because they're enticed by the natural beauty, not by the Walmart. I mean, it's like 15 minutes away. If you want to shop at a Walmart, it's 15 minutes away. Why recreate that kind of problem in our city when our real wealth is the Ichitacani River, is the Post Springs, is the Blue Springs, and there's so many other things like she mentioned that we could use. A hospital or expanding fire department like that. I'm also. I was also surprised. Well, one thing that I just wanted to mention, that somewhere it doesn't seem fair that there's so much time allotted for presenting it, but then the people, we get so little time, and there seems to be so much to say. I'm wondering if, and at the very end, when a lot of people had to leave already, they couldn't stay. So maybe that's something to think about also, how to really be fair with all the citizens who have something to say. Individually, I've spoke with many of you, and I really appreciate what you have to offer, but I just am really hoping that you'll think really hard about this and not rush into something that can be, that could be harmful to our Good Life community. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the city of Alachua showing up, watching the videos, and putting those butts in the seats. I appreciate it. My name's Finn, also known as Rights Crispy. I'm a realtor and with more than 20 years of experience, and I understand the importance of growth. Growth is healthy. It's necessary. It helps communities prosper. But growth and suburban sprawl, regardless of what other studies have been conducted, are not the same thing. One of the reasons people chose to live in this part of Alachua County is because of its unique character. Residents value open spaces, the rural atmosphere, the agricultural heritage, and the balance between development and preservation. That character is not an accident. It's the result of thoughtful planning and responsible decision making over many years. People move here because they want something different. My family and I were actually looking forward to the farmlands development as it was originally approved. In 2021, we saw Clay is a good neighbor. He made some changes to their development that accommodated our requests. Um, it, it respected the character of the area while still allowing for growth. What concerns me is that we're now being asked to approve a fundamentally different vision. The original project was primarily about housing. Today, the commercial component has expanded dramatically. Nobody asked for that. And the developer's own timeline shows shopping centers being built first in 2028, additional retail going in 2030, while the residential component is pushed back until 2032. That should concern everyone. My concern is that the residential component gets pushed further back until one day we're told that the market has changed, not even more commercial development is needed instead. Alachua is not lacking places for commercial growth. We already have areas designated for businesses, restaurants, retail, and economic development. This discussion is bigger than one project. It's about deciding what kind of community we want to become. It's about deciding whether we want locally owned businesses to thrive or whether we want to become just another highway exit lined with corporate storefronts. I also want to recognize builders like Mr. Hartley of Hartley Brothers Builders, who have shown that growth can be done responsibly. They understand that successful development should complement the community rather than overwhelm it. And I hope you guys make the right decision for our children. We have a beautiful community here. Let's keep it that way. Let's not muck it up. We have plenty of options for economic shopping between here and the Walmart. Several dollar stores, several opportunities to find the savings that people would be wanting in a Walmart here. We don't need the Walmart. Nobody asked for this. If you say no, they can go back to developing those houses that we're looking forward to seeing there. They can go back to having their 7 acres of community commercial like Mia Pa or a Dock in the Box can be there. There will be jobs there. They that can still be done. We're not saying to get rid of anything. We're just saying stop this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, all city commissioners. I'm Maddie Basham. I'm a real estate broker. I recently moved to Alachua, and I moved here for exactly what that gentleman, he just spoke my heart. I understand in Florida very well the shortage of housing that is a problem. I just have a few questions, and that is, as a real estate broker in Sarasota area, Lakewood Ranch being one of the biggest or the number one planned unit community in the country when I last looked. My question is, I hear words that confuse me. I hear trails, walking trails, and it puts a certain picture in my head, and I think that will be beautiful, and that would be good for the city of Alachua. And then I hear a big box store, and I see right here commercial sprawl, which to me is far worse than residential sprawl. So I think, and also in Sarasota, in Lakewood Ranch, I had the privilege to be on focus groups with developers. And I'm just wondering if that has been done, because usually the focus groups would speak to and hear what the people need with realtors, because we understand we have the customers who are looking to relocate, and we understand what they need and what they're looking for. So my question is just, should this move so fast? Or as I'm sitting in the back and listening to the community, this is my first meeting here, I would like to see also as a resident exactly what is the community that they're planning. Is it a Walmart? And where are the walking trails going to be? Where are the parking lots going to be? Are there going to be trees in the parking lots? Because it is a beautiful little town, and that's the reason I moved here. And I second everything that the realtor right before me said. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner members. My name is Yogi. I'm a third generational Florida cracker here. I'm here tonight to represent the overwhelming majority of your constituents who are asking you to vote no on the Farmlands Commercial Land Use Amendment. We were told this project is about progress, but removing hundreds of acres of agricultural land to build this amount of homes and box stores is erasing our community's identity. Turning this quiet 441 corridor past Santa Fe High School into a Conquest generic mini Butler Plaza will permanently destroy our small town appeal. I urge you to vote no for 3 undeniable reasons. First, devastating blow to the local businesses. Our unique small town businesses rely on the charm of Alachua. Flooding the 441 corridor with corporate box stores will siphon money away from these historic downtowns businesses and choke out the local entrepreneurs who are the backbone of this community. 2, severe traffic and overpopulation. US 441 cannot sustain this density. Adding traffic lights and thousands of daily car trips right next to a high school zone will guarantee bumper-to-bumper gridlock and compromise student safety and strain our emergency infrastructure. 3, and I think this is a very important one, is respecting your constituents. Growth should happen with the community, not to it. The community sentiment is clear. We do not want our royal spaces paved over for rapid, unchecked suburban sprawl. You are elected to represent the citizens living in these neighborhoods, not the developers holding the contracts. We look to you tonight to defend our way of life. Please listen to your constituents and vote no on the farmland proposal. And I do want to say this is my first time here at a meeting. I see kind of a few youth here, and this is a kind of an intimidating place if you've never spoken here, if you don't know the rules. And I want to say there was a lot of things that were confusing to me. And as far as respecting the constituents, I will say I did not see that from some of the members today. And I'm just going to say that what I saw for my first time, I hope that I see better from you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Katrina Vargas. I'm here tonight because my family lives in this community, and I'm concerned about what this proposal will mean for the people who already call this area home. Like many residents, I travel Highway 441 regularly. I take my children to activities, run errands, and drive through this corridor almost every day. And I can tell you that traffic is already a problem. Anyone who uses this stretch of road knows that it can be difficult to get in and out of businesses, make left turns safely, or travel through the area during busy times of the day. Those challenges already exist before this development is built. That's why I find it troubling that we're being asked to approve a major commercial expansion when even the developer's own traffic study says more analysis still needs to be completed. The study acknowledges that additional work is needed to determine traffic signals, intersection improvements, and other roadway changes that may be required. There's a 125-page analysis prepared for RISE that you can reference, and some of it's in your tabs with that little packet, tabs 4, 6, 8, and 9. As a resident, that just doesn't give me confidence. It raises a simple question. If we don't yet know exactly how this development will affect traffic, why are we being asked to approve a permanent land use change today? The study also acknowledges that a section of Highway 441 is projected to exceed the city's adopted traffic standards and will require further analysis. To me, that doesn't sound like a green light. It sounds like a warning sign. This proposal is also much larger than what people picture when they hear the words commercial development. This project includes hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial space, multiple restaurants, drive-throughs, and another gas station. We just got a Wawa. That is just not simply a convenience for nearby residents. It's the kind of development that draws in people from well outside the immediate area and brings significant additional traffic with it. My concern is not just traffic, though. It's about the character of our community. Many families choose to live here because we value the balance between growth and quality of life. We understand that growth is coming, and most of us accept that. But there's a difference between thoughtful growth and overdevelopment. What worries me is that this project seems to be moving further and further away from what originally we expected. A development that was largely residential is becoming increasing commercial, and each new request moves the community one step closer to something very different than what was first presented. Once these commercial entitlements are granted, they can't simply be taken back later if the impacts are worse than expected. The residents who live here will be the ones sitting in the traffic, dealing with the congestion, and living with the consequences of these decisions every day. I'm simply asking the Commission to put the residents first. Please require complete answers before making a permanent decision. Please make sure the traffic studies are finished, the impacts are fully understood, and the public has all the information before approving additional commercial development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Erickson, and I am a voting citizen of the City of Alachua. If you would please refer to the booklet that Mr. Pappas gave you earlier and look at tab 7, I would appreciate that. I would like to speak to the size of the shopping area portion, the shopping center portion of this project. If you pass the proposed land use change to give them that extra property to add to it. On the aerial map that you're looking at there is a section of downtown Alachua that is 60 acres. And I'd like to walk through that for the visual of what that size is. Unfortunately, we can't put that PowerPoint or graphic up on the screen for the public, so I am going to walk through what that includes so that they can understand as well what we're talking about. So how big is 60 acres? If we start at the northwest corner on that outlined area on the map, which is the corner of US 41 and Northwest 147th by the Alachua Town Center sign in front of Hitchcock's. Then we're going to move down 441 past Hitchcock's, O2B Kids, Dollar General, Main Street, and CVS, all the way to the following light where it turns right onto County Road 235. Then we'll take another right turn onto County Road, onto Northwest 150th, cross Main Street by Bev's Burgers, past the tennis courts and the ball fields, go across 142, and also past the police department on our right. Before, at that point, you'll see the line cuts across diagonally the large wooded area there with some homes on it, all the way over back to 147th in front of New York Pizza Plus, sorry. Then we're just going to go back down that road that's headed north on 147th past Anytime Fitness and UPS and the doctor's office, all the way back to where we started at the corner of 441. The area within there also includes the post office, City Hall, where we're sitting now, the Orthopedic Institute, the Swick House just behind this building, and the lovely property adjoining it, many, many other buildings included in that area. 60 acres is a huge area. The map does, if this map does not convince you, think of it this way. 60 acres equals 30 city blocks in Manhattan at 2 acres a block. We all talk about wanting to preserve the charm and character of our small town, and I submit to you that a 60-acre shopping center is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Craig Anderson. Appreciate your time tonight. I encourage you to choose growth and support the Farmland Shopping Center. My generation, Gen Z, we need jobs, we need opportunity, And this is exactly what the project will provide. We can have stronger families in Alachua. We can have more economic development. We can have more resources and more money flooding into the community with $151 million of private investment, 1,290 construction jobs, and about 12 to 1,300 permanent jobs with this project. It will support local infrastructure through more property tax revenue and ultimately make the community stronger with more jobs, more opportunity, and a brighter future for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Samantha King. I go by Zoe. I wanted to look at this from a whole perspective. So, according to the City of Alachua's website, the development project information shows that there are 87 active development project entries. Of those, 62 are already listed as approved. Those approved projects represent approximately 2,800 residential lots or units that were permitted or permitted staged units from permitted stage records. Even allowing for possible overlap between phases, this represents a significant amount of growth. We also have somewhere around 900,000 square feet of approved non-residential commercial development. So, moving on, as of now, Farmlands adds approximately 246 residential units into that pipeline. However, Farmlands is not only a residential discussion. This request also proposes increasing commercial development from approximately 7 acres to 40 acres. That's nearly a 470% increase in commercial acreage. This commercial area also connects to another approximately 60 acres planned development area. The impact calculations can not only include houses. Commercial development increases traffic, utility demand, delivery vehicles, fire inspections, law enforcement calls, emergency response needed, and long-term maintenance requirements. A 40-acre commercial area connected with another 60 acres changes this neighborhood, supporting commercial development into a larger destination area that impacts the entire community. The information available publicly shows infrastructure needs in Alachua have already been identified. However, identifying a need is not the same as having a funded, scheduled, and completed improvement before the growth arrives. As it stands, a wastewater capacity and resiliency force main project has been identified at approximately $6.5 million. An electric substation capacity and reliability expansion has been identified at approximately $4.5 million. We are also discussing closing schools here and combining McBain Elementary from a middle school into a pre-K through 8, with improvements previously estimated around $65 million. For transportation, reviewed FDOT records did not identify a funded widening project for US 441 through Alachua. The projects identified were operational improvements, resurfacing, median modification, and turn lane improvements. Public safety must also be part of the discussion. As it stands, the county has mentioned that the $250,000 homestead exemption will cut their budget from $34 million to $11 million. They still have to pay the state, and Alachua, the city of Alachua, relies on the county for fire services. We do not even have the correct fire apparatuses to handle tower, the insurance, and our other commercial developments.
Thank you. We're going to go 2 more speakers and then we're going to take a break.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Again, my name is Sarah Younger, and today I am standing here in behalf of the Sierra Club Sewanee St. John's Group. I respectfully ask you to deny this application or land use change. The site being located within a high aquifer recharge area in a karst landscape where groundwater and contamination can move rapidly through fractures, conduits, and other subsurface pathways. The applicant's materials acknowledge this karst sensitivity and indicate additional geophysical investigations shall occur during engineering and site plan review. Yet you're being asked to approve the land use changes now. There is another reason that this serious concern has not been addressed in the application. Tonight, I'm providing each of you with a diagram that overlays the farmland site plan with the historic groundwater contamination area associated with the former Northwest landfill. The map demonstrates that the contamination area comes within 1,000 feet of the proposed commercial line. Many residents may not realize that in 1980s, ethylene dibromide, or EDB, a carcinogenic agricultural fumigant contaminating soil and groundwater associated with the Northwest landfill. State regulators determined that aqua remediation was not feasible and therefore instead established a long-term groundwater monitoring program. Despite this documented history, their record contains no analysis of the contamination area, no discussion of the groundwater flow between the landfill and the project site, and no evaluation on whether the excavation, stormwater ponds, utility installation, or groundwater withdrawals could alter that groundwater movement or affect the contaminant area. This issue is not whether development should occur. The issue is whether the city has competent substantial evidence to conclude that this development can occur without adverse impacts to groundwater resources, future residents, neighboring property owners, and the Floridan aquifer. At this point, that evidence is not in the record. And before any land use change is approved, the city should require a hydrogeologic evaluation more complete than what was assigned, assessment of the documented contamination area, the groundwater flow pathways, and a demonstrating that the proposed development will not increase risk to public health or groundwater quality. Until those questions are answered, I respectfully request you deny or continue these applications. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. It's good to see you again. This is actually better than the last time when it was only one person here and at the meeting, and that was me. My name is Sharon Sharper Tubbs, and I am a citizen of Alachua. I took notes, wrote them down. Walmart's has always been a negative subject that Alachua County has been dealing with. Traffic on 441 holds workers and parents who pick up after school students and students that are working, and they are also in our traffic coming from the school. We have new home development on 441 by Lowe's, and I have constantly been looking in that area to see the homes that are going up, and I haven't seen it yet. And fifth, that I like to bring in is recently I noticed a car leaving Wednesday coming from church, and we have a project going on the northwest side of town in Alachua, and it just so happened that coming from church, I was driving, and there was a young person in the car just driving right through three traffic lights, three stop sign lights, and I'm actually just glad to be standing before you today because they just kept going, and they did not stop, and they just went through the new development that is going on. I am the same person who asked for Santa Fe community college. It was community college, but college to be built. And as you can see, we have a Santa Fe college. I am also the same person who came before the commission and asked for a hospital to be built because when something happened, I said we need to have an emergency place to go. We do not have a hospital yet, and I have been told that we will not be getting one. I am concerned about the traffic situation since I go on 441 to get up on the interstate, and I am normally there with a lot of trucks. I've also worked in the school. I've worked in every last one of the Alachua County schools as a school teacher, as substitute school teacher. I worked as a teacher's aide, and I'm also a person who walked from Santa Fe High School back in the 80s to get home, and that is something that I never want to do again, this walking thing. So I do like to say that I do admire how he brought up the bicycles, but that is also something that he needs to let you know know that 9/27/2025, they had a grand opening in Pace, Florida for Walmarts. And as we know, it only takes 7 minutes to get to Walmarts if you drive right on 441. And so I just wanted to bring that up because in Southern Living, we have this wonderful article, and it talks about the small town of Alachua. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to, it's 10:02. We will resume at 10:12. Can you guys hear me? All right, thank you.
I'm Sherry McCormick. I would just like to address a couple points that I think were made. As far as City of Alachua residents happen to go to Gainesville for optometry and ophthalmology, we don't. It's called Alachua Family Eye Care. It's right around the corner. The Avandas are my neighbors. We built our houses here at the same time. After living in Gainesville, we built our houses here in Alachua 22 years ago. He didn't open this business right away. He was working in Lake City. It took him a while. First opened up in the Publix, and then he moved into the bank right here around the corner. Also have ophthalmology that comes in from Lake City twice a week to his office. As far as City of Alachua residents having to drive to Gainesville for dentists, we don't have to. Got 3 we can walk to right here. Can't remember their names because they're not my dentists. But again, I believe those were kind of moot points. And as far as people who buy pallets of diapers, I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure, especially in the size of houses that you're talking about building, that would be a purchase that's not made that frequently, and they can drive 10 to 15 minutes down the road to go to the Walmart in Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gloria Gould, and yes, I've been a citizen since 1994. I've said that before. I have a question, but it's not really a question. I thought that we already tried, well, somebody tried to get a Walmart in here a long time ago, and it was put down. So I'm a little confused by that. And I want to say that the gentleman that was talking, the applicant, I do kind of understand some of the things that might have been nice if it was what it sounded like, but a big old Walmart is not what it sounded like to me, what he was talking about. Now, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to do it if I can find them now. My notes. Okay, this is from Google or something. Traditional asphalt is an impermeable material that blocks rainwater from soaking into the ground, which stores underground aquifers of natural replenishment. Now, I'm the water girl here. I mean, I love our water. I love our springs. So that is important to me. You put a bunch of asphalt down, that water, rainwater, is not going to go down there. It's going to go like this and disappear. And I really don't like that. Now, the gentleman was talking about Santa Fe High School. Maybe he didn't mention that. But I laughed. You're going to make a crosswalk when it's 65 miles an hour? I don't think so. They'd have to lower the miles per hour, whatever, the 65 to 50 or 45 like we have in town. I don't know if I said this one before, but yes, our safety of our high school students. I've got 2 teenage girls. They're in Gainesville, but they go to high school. I sure as heck wouldn't want my grandchildren crossing the highway with just this whole nightmare with these trucks. I deliberately stay away from, what do they call them, 4 wheels or the big old trucks, because they can't brake easily. They can't. It's just a fact. So I don't like thinking of all these trucks going to Walmart. And everybody's talked about our traffic. Our city of Alachua has turned into, you have to wait because you can't just go from one stoplight to another. You got to wait because we already have all this commercial stuff. I think I've pretty much covered everything I wanted to say, but I want to bring this up again. No matter what information you've been giving, it was a legislative thing. I'm not real political here. That was done in 2001. And it stated, if the commission, anyway, you have the right to listen to us, the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mohini Chacon. I've come to one of the meetings before, and I'm going to say again that my family and I moved here 33 years ago. I was born in Los Angeles, right? A crazy big city. And my mother moved here with my grandmother so that she could raise her daughters in a natural and peaceful and quiet environment. And that is exactly the environment that I would hope that my nieces would now be raised in. I mean, I grew up going to all the springs, the rivers, driving in a very peaceful roads, not much traffic, and now I've become a nurse. Every day I, take the highway from 39th to Alachua, and I think already what has happened is that you guys okayed all of these housing developments, and you didn't think that everyone who works in Gainesville coming to Alachua or surrounding areas going from Alachua to High Springs, getting off on the Alachua exit, I now have to get off the highway, not even on the ramp, but a half a mile before the ramp with these semis going by. I'm sitting here in a cardiovascular, office trying to help people, and yet my heart rate is going super high because I'm not safely driving every day. So I think if you guys could really think about that, think about how our infrastructure right now doesn't support what was already okayed. Go to the Ichetucknee River, go to the springs, look at what they look like right now, and sit, in traffic at 5 o'clock going from Alachua to High Springs. What does that feel like? How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel calm, safe? No, I think it would make you feel really stressed. And that's what we're going through every day now. So adding more is not gonna improve what's already not working. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Havlick. Thank you all for listening to us. It's really important that you understand that it's first of all, when she was talking about the asphalt, it made me think of please don't pave paradise and put up a parking lot, and you don't know what you got till it's gone. And your decision today can affect, if you vote yes, you could have voted no. You do not have to listen to our city staff. Most of them don't even live in Alachua. You are here for the citizens. That's what government is for, the people. So please listen to us. I have about 100 friends who would like to be here tonight to speak like this. So I'm representing many people. And they all would agree with me that please, please vote no. There's so much more development. I mean, with this golf course and all these things, you haven't even put those in yet and seen what the traffic's going to be like. Plus, all that water that's not going into our aquifer naturally through the grass is going to be washed. It's unsustainable, the amount of growth that it's just unsustainable. Please consider that. You have to live with your vote. Don't think that just because they recommended it that you should vote yes, because you have to live with the vote you make today. And all my friends that aren't here tonight will be hearing about who voted what, and they will be voting in April.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Steve Lang. I moved here in 1970, and my aunt owned the land where the tree farm is. She owns the land across the street where they're building the other housing complex that they're putting 240 houses on, or projected to. And when I moved here in 1970, when you got off at the interstate, it was completely dark. It was one set of lights, I think, one filling station down here. I've watched the community grow, and The traffic is atrocious. Right now, as of today, when you leave the city of High Springs and come towards I-75, there's no traffic lights once you leave High Springs. Going back the other way, there's a traffic light up on top of the hill at Santa Fe High School that breaks the traffic up. And when you have a rush, I live right across from the tree farm, not far from the Good Life community sign that the city put up. Pretty neat that you put it solar batteries or whatever in it. And they keep it pretty well landscaped. That's nice improvement, I think. I would ask you to vote no on the proposed amendment for changing the residential to more commercial. We've already got plenty of semi-traffic going down to the distribution. You got 3 of them down there. The road is tore up bad where the trucks are just tearing the road up. Neither of the 3 that's down there were ever asked to pave any of that road that leads to them. And right now, if you put a traffic light up, that would be an improvement. When the morning traffic starts on the Northwest 188 at 441, you've got to wait anywhere from 10 to 14 minutes to get across the highway to go back towards High Springs. You got to wait about the same length of time to get a break in the traffic to come down and get on I-75. I don't know what traffic studies have been proved or what you've been told, but I'm concerned with all the housing that was put in down next to Meadow Glen and the traffic that's going to be put across from the tree farm.
Thank you so much.
I would ask you to vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having us. I know it's been a long day. I'll try to keep it short. I see you all fading. I am too. There's a lot of data. We're all getting overwhelmed. Oh, sorry. My name is Parm Birnbaum. I've been living here since 1999 for the last 26 years. Watching this place change quite a bit over the last 5 years. Like I said, I want to keep it short. So much data. We're all saying we're all putting everybody to sleep. We're here to support. You guys are here to support the community. The people here, you can see what the community is feeling right now. How do you want to be remembered? This is a very pivotal time right now for this community. There's 5 of you here, 5 voices, yeses or no, that can change the future of this whole community. Each one of you, Jennifer, Jackson, Walter, Shirley, Jacob, each one of you right now, yes or no, can change the future of this community. Do you want to be remembered as the ones that sold out to big business for some box stores, or do you want to be remembered, each and every one of you, as the ones that saved our city and that allowed it to still keep the charm, the good life community that we all keep talking about? Because that good life community, that's going to be no longer, and we all know that, and we see it. And I know there's a lot of time and money, and these guys have put a lot of stuff into this, but this wasn't the plan, and I know you guys don't want it to be that way. Yeah, that's about it. Please vote no. Please keep our community nice and simple without all these big boxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm back, Jazz Hands. My name is Susan Caruso, and I want to thank you again for taking public comments. I came here really as a precautionary tale. I moved up here actually in Fort White about 4 years ago, but we've had our property there for 30 years. And I raised my family. I worked. I was a teacher for 25 years in Broward County, and we lived there for over 40 years. So I hope you're not like my 4th block class. You know, now you're just hearing blah, blah, blah. But it is a pivotal time, I agree. Their fears are founded. Well, I lived through it. in Broward County. When I first moved there, Fort Lauderdale was a sweet little city, not too big. The beach was beautiful. It was easy to get to. But unfortunately, change comes in little increments. Like, it's commercial here and it's commercial here. So what? It's just a little change. We'll just make this commercial. But when it happens over and over and over again, the 20 acres of oak trees get cut down to make Oakwood Manor without a single oak tree. Sawgrass gets cut down and paved over for Sawgrass Mills Mall. And development hits Route 27, which is the westernmost development. And if the developers could have the Everglades, I guarantee you they take it. So your citizens' comments are well founded. But I'd also like to look at it from your point of view. You're kind of like a synonymous group, a waiter and waitresses who know what their bills are, but they don't always know what their income's going to be. And your city planners did a great job. They did their job. But just because they said this is doable doesn't mean you should do it. And I hope that you'll hear money isn't quality of life. What you already have here is quality of life. And I think your community is trying to tell you they hope you'll find other ways of income if it comes to that, and that this is not the way they want to make it. And another thing, I saw where the developers come from, North Carolina, I guess. And in South Florida, it happened over and over. Developers come in, put in 300 homes, then we've got more waste. Commissioner Beam first started talking about waste a long time ago, and I think some of it's coming up here and getting buried. So I hope you'll say no to this development and say yes to quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Shear. I've been an Alachua County resident for 27 years. My partner Quentin Steedley and I own Pinnacle Site Solutions. We're a heavy civil construction company based right here in Alachua. I didn't come here to talk about Pinnacle. I came to support this project. If the Farmlands project is approved, I don't know if Pinnacle will be involved in the construction work, but it's almost certain that the site work for this project will be built by a local contractor like us, who will build the project with locally sourced materials and people from this community. You've heard a lot tonight about the supposed evils of out-of-town real estate developers and big box retailers. But the reality is, if this project is approved, it'll be built by people from this community, staffed by people from this community, and enjoyed by people from this community. I know a lot of people in this room would prefer that Alachua stop growing. They don't want to see people come here from out of town and ruin the Good Life community, and that's fine. But I would encourage you to also consider the 250 young people who graduate from Santa Fe High School every year. Would we like them to stay in the community where they grew up? Would we like them to have job opportunities and affordable housing? As a business owner, we would like to hire those young people and provide great opportunities for them. This project has been well thought out by the owners and design team. The fact is that growth is coming to Alachua. It's coming. Real estate developers don't create growth, but they do respond to market demand. This proposal represents a thoughtful and responsible way to accommodate that growth while delivering substantial economic benefits to the community. Much has been made about the proposed increase in land area of commercial zoning in the proposal, but I would just like to underscore that this proposal actually reduces the amount of residential homes and the total square footage of commercial space from what is currently allowed, and would help to manage the growth in traffic on Highway 441. So if you say no to this proposal, you aren't saying no to growth or to any specific tenant. You're saying yes to the existing plan, which would allow for a strip mall with a much greater density. As people who own and operate a business in Alachua, we believe the Farmlands Shopping Center will be a positive investment in our city's future. And we respectfully ask you to support the project and the economic growth it will help generate throughout our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Marilee Malwitz, Gibson. I do live in Fort White, but I do come here almost daily. I was here today for business purposes in your town. I wanted to share with you how I found out about the dump, the Northwest dump. I was on Main Street doing hair on your Main Street when I used to work here. And one of my clients said she was getting an RO, a reverse osmosis system, because her well was contaminated. So between where the dump is and where the other business is way, way down the road where there's RVs that they sell in boats, in between that space, you have a problem. Your water gets contaminated. In fact, the Department of Environmental Protection had a grant program with the Alachua County Environmental Protection Department, and they were giving out RO systems. They were very expensive. Maybe some of you know some of the residents that received them. They would be good ones for standing when and if it comes to that, because they have a long-term record of their water being contaminated. So when you disturb soils around here on Superfund sites, which is this is actually located very close to, you're going to have problems. The more it rains, the more that contamination comes into the groundwater. We see that in Fort White already. So to be very cautious when you develop any part of that corridor, you have so many housing developments back to the groundwater or surface water or aquifer water. You can't make these decisions because you're not the water management. But there's not enough water for these types of projects. And if you start doing more of whatever these types of projects are, you do have the choice to tell them no irrigation. You do have the choice to tell them native plantings. You do have the choice to change how they develop these developments, because you've got a golf course that's taking 240,000 gallons of water. You got 3 developments over here that are planned. You got another plan next to the golf course. You got other plans across the street. There's not enough water. There's not enough for this. I don't know how they got the work or the work to with DOT. They're the developers and DOT trying to get them to do what they want them to do, and that's something you all should be doing. Anyway, there's a lot of problems with this development. I hope you vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Celine Benedict. I live on 188th Street, and much of what has been shared, specifically by the presentation, felt inaccurate to me because I'm actually living it. So I have written some words that I'll share. I want to share, I'm not against development. I'm against development that is not sustainable. My concern is growth occurring faster than our infrastructure can actually support. I live on 188th, and just a year ago, I would drive my son to school. It was a 7-mile trip. It took me 12 minutes. Mr. Mayor, that trip of 7 miles takes me 25 to 30 minutes now. This last year, it's more than doubled. 7 miles takes me 25 to 30 minutes on the regular. And if this community gets allowed what you've already granted it permission to build so much, it already can build so much. That trip probably will be 40 minutes. Please don't make it 50 minutes to go 7 miles. My son doesn't deserve that. I don't deserve that. The Good Life community doesn't deserve that. That's not, you don't need a traffic study. I'm reality. It's literally, you can ask everybody on 188th Street who leaves that place and gets on 441. It is bumper to bumper traffic. I can see, I can't even get on 441 sometimes all the way from the traffic light at Santa Fe to 188th. I can't even get on 441. I have to wait for that traffic light to go a couple times before I can get on there. And then I'm in bumper to bumper. It's occurred to me, I'm not even going to read from some of my notes. It's occurred to me to stand on that street corner with a website like those things that people can screenshot on a big sign that says, sign my petition to change this road situation, because people have nothing to do. They're there for 25 minutes already. And that's before any of these houses have moved in. That's just from D.R. Horton and Lennar. That's just from what we've already approved that hasn't even been completed. So I will go back to my notes. My request to you is you can always vote yes later. You can always vote yes later, but if you vote yes tonight, you cannot take that back. You will not be voting no after that. So my request is that you vote no until we actually see the traffic implications, until you actually spend time driving at 7:30 in the morning from 188th Street to Circle K, and you actually see how long it takes. So that's my request. And I want to see what I have time for. Let's see, 20 seconds. The infrastructure solution is outside of the city's control. We cannot expand 441. So if tonight's vote, it's your choice. And if you vote no, it allows 188th. Well, no, that's not relevant. Okay, so I respectfully ask you to protect the residents who already live here, to put infrastructure ahead of entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jody Bose. I'm the executive director of our Santa Fe River. So, like other people have stated, I'm sure I represent more than just myself. It's a conservation organization in Alachua County in the River Basin. And I'm here to say what everyone else has said, that the infrastructure won't support this, and also to encourage you to vote no, because it's what all of the people you represent are wanting, or the vast majority. Please support us. Use the power of your position to be a public servant like we want, like we elected you to be. And that growth is not necessarily inevitable. It's something that's managed. I've lived in communities that were managed well. In Alaska, 60% of the native population still manages governance. And they've made laws that make the cities not expand. In Oregon, there's an urban growth boundary. You don't need to grow box stores. There's this presentation about this development, putting sidewalks on 60-mile-an-hour roads. It's just, there's holes in it. Please look through that. You're in a position to have vision and make a decision in the public service. And that's what I want you to do. Yeah, water, not Walmart. Maybe a slogan. Trying to think what else I could say to let you know that this is important to the people here. You can do better. You can rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sunita Park. Thank you very much for your time. Sit down. Okay. Thank you. My name is Sunita Park. Thank you so much for all of your time. It's getting late. I've only spoken once before in front of Mayor and Madam Co-Chair Mayor and the Commission. So what I've heard a lot about, everyone talking about putting sidewalks and stop signs and children crossing. So in the big picture, 441 actually begins in Miami, Florida, and terminates in Rocky Top, Tennessee. So, in the big picture of things, yes, we have an issue on 441 locally, but it's not just going to be the Walmart trucks coming in. I'm an ex-truck driver, so they're coming from everywhere. Okay, they're going through our town. They're going on 441. They're trying to get off the interstate. So, long story short, I've also looked up some information. A fully loaded semi truck going 55 mph requires about 300 to 400 feet, roughly the length of a football field, to come to a complete stop. This translates to about 4 to 6 seconds of continuous braking under ideal road and weather conditions. I would not want to see any child, any human, any moped rider, motorcyclist. I've seen it. and I don't want to see it again in this lifetime or any other lifetimes. So let's please work together on voting no. I have so much information I can share, but in my heart of hearts, humbly I ask, would it kindly please be possible for you to vote no tonight? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sequoia Blanchard. I've lived here most of my life. I have a very large family here, over 17 brothers and 2 sisters and nieces and nephews and cousins and all the way around. I've lived for 5 years just down 188th, and it's a beautiful neighborhood, beautiful little community down there, and we love it the way that it is, as do all of your constituents, statistically speaking here. There have been 2 people tonight who I would assume were actually paid agitators who have come here to say otherwise. Okay. Before we began this session, we did 2 things that are meaningful, I think, to everyone here, that lead me to the presumption that y'all are godly people who have a moral compass. We began in prayer, okay? And we put our hands to our hearts and we pledged allegiance to the Constitution, as we do as a nation and a family of people who care about each other and are trying to do the right thing here. All right. It's no secret that Walmart are vultures swirling over communities that they see as rotting flesh that they want to take a bite out of. That's no secret. We all know what's up with Walmart. We've all opposed this here. Not once, not twice. How many times now? And we've unanimously as a community said, no. We know what this does to our community. Look at any community that's happened. Go into Gainesville and go around Walmart and look at the people that are living there and the poverty of the people around Walmart. I'm serious. Go look. You don't got to take my word for it. It's easy. So I'd say simply and plainly for obviously everybody here, if you're our representatives and you can't stand up for us in what's obviously our community's will you please recuse yourselves and let somebody get in this position who will? If not for filthy lucre. Respectfully, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, respected commissioners, city leaders, thank you. I was reading the 31-page document that describes this presentation and this application that was being made tonight, and I was noticing something. It said, public services are readily available, water and sewer. I go, okay. And then I'm reading, yeah, wastewater, everything's okay. Even though I had just heard that there's an 85% warning that the city of Alachua has admitted in state funding requests that it is approaching the 85% capacity in this wastewater treatment facility. Anyway, I'm reading on and I'm seeing this wording, the city shall supply adequate supply of potable water in both quality and quantity. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, has everybody noticed the streams and the rivers? Have you seen the pictures where the algae is just sitting there because there's no water flow anymore? Have you seen the Ichituckney go down like I have, like a couple feet in the last year or two? Where is this You read this report and it's just like, oh yeah, all this water's available. All this water's available. Oh, this geo study and this ecological study. It reads very well. The report reads well. But I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, is this some kind of fairy tale? Has anyone mentioned the drought? We're 4 feet behind in water practically. And we're just kind of like, yeah, let's just, mow down some more land and let's use some more water. I'm being asked as a citizen, conserve my water. And I'm seeing there's, problems with water. In Jacksonville, they're starting to use so much water with the different projects, maybe a data center. There's sinkholes appearing along the roads because so much water is missing, the limestone is collapsing. And I saw a picture of dozens of these sinkholes along some highway near Jacksonville. And in North Florida, we're in an emergency drought. No one has mentioned that. It's not in the report. I think we need to get in touch with reality. We have a water crisis. Why are we, just expanding? Oh, let's get more jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you state your name one more time?
Diane. Oh, okay. Diane Crunkleton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. My name is Adrienne Paxton. I live and work here in Alachua. I was raised in High Springs in Alachua since the mid-'80s. I recognize the decisions that you make are not easy, and I hope the voices of the residents of our beautiful city help you with your decisions tonight. This decision is about more than whether a development can be built. It is about what kind of community we want Alachua to be. Many residents, including myself, have concerns about the impact of this project could have on our roads, infrastructure, pedestrian safety, environment, local businesses, and the small town character that makes Alachua unique. At the end of the day, the people who live with the consequences of this decision are the residents of our community. I respectfully ask that you listen carefully to the voices of those that you are elected to represent and give those concerns the thoughtful consideration they deserve. Thank you for your time and service to our city.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Umesh Sharma.
Did you already come up for this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So I get to agenda on Thursday, 5 p.m., 1,000 pages. So I went through and I saw like most of the staff recommendation, copy and paste from the developers. And then I took the help of AI to understand, and that was my question previously as well, pro con. So traffic unanswered question. Phase 1 traffic analysis, just a screening tool. A full traffic impact study is still required at final design. 441 to 35A intersection improvements will likely be needed with cost and timing not yet determined. Net trip reduction claim compares against a theoretical maximum, not current actual conditions. As stated, it doubled. Aquifer recharge risk. This site is on a high aquifer recharge potential area per SRWMD maps. Large impervious surfaces from commercial development reduce recharge and increase runoff. City-owned engineer flagged sinkhole risk at stormwater basin location, noting separation from limestone may be only 20 feet, a depth at which he has observed multiple sinkholes develop. Geotechnical work done so far is preliminary only and not suitable for final design. Scale and intensity. Agricultural land loss. It says that this site contains prime, well-drained oils. Arredondo and Fort Meade fine sands are high quality agricultural land. Staff explicitly stated that applicants claim that the silviculture would simply relocate likely does not meet the burden of preserving agriculture areas and activities under Florida's urban form criteria, a notable finding. Neighborhood impacts. A small potential wetland was flagged on the easternmost portion of the property by Alachua County data, not confirmed by the National Wetlands Inventory, left unresolved until final design. Scale and intensity, it increases from 183 square feet to over 1 million square feet, a very large jump in entitlement even if PD caps construction at 450,000 square feet. So again, means as multiple people and you represent us, you are one among us. I ask you to please consider, means as one person also mentioned, we can always do the development, but do the development with all, take a calculated risk, not just like jump on like a slick presentation from here. We are actually here and you are from here, not from here to there.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Pamela Blassetti. I just wanted to say that I've never seen a really nice housing development, like a nice mixed-use housing development with a Walmart in it, ever. So I don't think we're talking housing development here. Like these guys want to make it sound like, oh, we're going to have walking trails and it's going to be nice. I'm not getting it. I'm just seeing a lot of commercial space, a big development that's too big for what we have right now here. I kind of like the original plan where it was going to be housing and kind of mixed use. I like that. I like that concept, like the Tioga thing. I like that, but that's not what this is. Let's be real. This is who wants to live next to Walmart? Nobody. Nobody wants to buy. Who's going to buy those houses? And they don't even come up. They don't even build them until 2032. So this is not really a housing project. This is a Walmart project. That's basically what this is. We don't need Walmart. We got Walmart 9 miles down the road. High Springs might need one. Newberry might need one. Fort White might need one. Build it out there, but we don't need it. We already have plenty of shopping. So, but if you do for some reason or other approve this, I have 2 words for you, and they're not what you're thinking. Impact fees. Let's get some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tamara Robbins. So, wow, a lot's been said, and I took a few notes. What I don't like is that the applicant continued to refer to the companion issue and throw carrots in there and cloud the water. And in the companion, like, we're not supposed to be talking about the quasi judicial hearing subject matter application during the legislative, because that is just a violation. And I would like to see the attorney weigh in on that. And in fact, because the applicant continues to use that as a, I don't know what he uses as cloud, smokescreen, you all need to disclose whether you had any ex parte communication about this issue, because that's being used as an issue to get you to support what you're voting on right now, is on the agenda next, which you do have to expose and reveal your ex parte communication. And that includes any emails, any voice messages on your cell phone, any text messages. There's all of it. So how can the applicant use what's coming up next to confuse and encourage you to vote on what's on the table right now? That is just not okay. And the former attorney, Marion Rush, would make darn sure that that was not happening, because we are talking about a comp plan change right now. We're not talking about a rezoning. So I want that cleared up, because I think this is a serious violation. Okay? That is, in my opinion, it has corrupted this public hearing. Okay? That is not factual information. So traffic on 441. The applicant says the traffic's gone down. Well, that's because traffic finds other ways to get where it's going. That's why it's going through everybody's neighborhood and trashing 235 and 241 and all the other roads, is because you can't move on 441 at times, right? So you just go everywhere else. Everybody knows you do that. I do it. Right? That's what you do. Impact fees, definitely need to have those. What electric is that property on? Is that on City Electric or is that on Clay Electric over there? Just curious. Are we going to?
Just wondering. The I-75 exit ramp, I'll tell you what, when that woman spoke about that, you want to sit getting off I-75 and have those 18-wheelers going 75 miles an hour 6 feet from your door and you don't crap your pants? I'm telling you what, you guys need to stop encouraging the use of this I-75 interchange by what you are doing. This is dangerous, serious stuff. And you're not addressing the safety issues of that interchange, this interchange.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Havlick. I live here in downtown Alachua. And I mean, I don't even feel like really saying anything other than I think everyone said vote no, vote no, vote no. There's two kind of parties we have to kind of appease or please tonight, right? There's one group that's not residents, not citizens per se. There's those who are citizens and voting members. There's, as Sequoia Blanchard mentioned, there's only 2 people speaking for this particular project. I question whether either one of them live within the city of Alachua. One admitted to living in the county, but and I know maybe some of the people speaking against this are from Fort White or neighboring communities or the county, but
Mr. Plavitt, I'm so sorry they did not start the clock.
Oh.
We are at 2 minutes.
You go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're good. So anyways.
Sorry about that.
Okay, there we go. So now that I lost my train of thought,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
no blame to you. It's okay. It happens. Yeah.
When he's done, or can I let Mr. Plavitt finish?
Right now, no. We're on past 11.
If we run past 11, I need to do a motion
Well,
to.
I'll leave it at this. I understand. I don't want to be declined this opportunity to speak, but I also understand things need to move on, and that's why I didn't want to speak. But I think it's a pretty strong voting no. Can still keep the conditions that were already there, that were basically brought forward initially. I feel for Mr. Gary Pappas, actually, not that it's my place to say, but I feel for him. Okay.
I need to vote to for us to continue after 11. I need a motion. No.
I'm going to come back at 8:30. What your rules say.
Yeah, sir, we finish at 11 or we have to report back at 8:30, asking to continue where we're at to finish our meeting tonight.
We have some people who would love to come at 8 a.m. who haven't been able to stay this late.
So do we designate a time frame?
Yes, Miss Shirley Green Brown. Guys.
I move to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
As our reporter, are you good with that?
Can't do that.
Do I need a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Can we do an all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I try this again? Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm not used to being cut off, but I was the youngest of 5, so I'm used to, anyways, having to fight for a word. So, going back to what I was saying was that pretty much what everyone is pretty obvious. There's a lot of people saying no, not completely nix it, just not the 60 big acre development, et cetera, whatever it might be. And there was one of the speakers earlier from Fort Lauderdale area, Broward County, and I know that area fairly well from work. And if you go from Palm Beach down to Miami, and you look at some of the communities and towns down along the ocean front, to me, one stands out in my mind that, well, this is a different town than these other towns, and that's Boca Raton, if you know Boca Raton, at the south end of Palm Beach County. They chose a long time ago to be conscious about how they grow. They didn't just say, well, hey, there's an opportunity here. Someone's coming in and, there's multiple plays going on here, right? There's a landowner who probably wants to sell some property. They don't want to deal with the tree farm. I totally get that. I totally understand. I've been in that position myself, and I would want to be able to get the maximum out of it. So I totally get all of those things. Part of the decision, though, is the way it was presented and the way it's been maneuvered. It's highly questionable, et cetera, et cetera. But putting all that aside, even, it's really about like what we're doing to make a decision. Are we choosing our future, or are we kind of being wagged by the tail instead of the dog wagging the tail? And when the citizens are saying such, not to be, my wife made a comment earlier. She said, you'll have to live with the decision, the vote you make tonight, because it's significant. People didn't show up for this because it doesn't mean anything to them. It means a lot. And the fact that people have shown up and they've made that, my wife said, you'll have to live with the decision, but I disagree with my wife, with all due respect here. But I'm going to have to live with your decision, and she's going to have to live with your decision. So please vote no.
Thank you.
Before I start my time, I'd like to ask a question. We had a motion and a second on the floor. There was no citizen comment to extend the meeting.
The procedural motion.
It's procedural motion. Okay. Good evening, Rudy Rothsiden. I stand here for the planning and zoning meeting and watch the meeting for hours and hours, while at least an hour of that time was debating whether this was the applicant's one do-over. Two attorneys over there. Let's give the applicant the credit, the benefit of the doubt. This gentleman to my left was sitting back there the whole time. Did he come up and say there was a bereavement? No. He sat here and watched us all wallow in the muck and let it all happen. When he walked outside, there was someone standing out there, sitting in their car, and what did he say? They're a bunch of idiots. Okay? That's secondhand, what I heard, but that's the type of stuff I'm not accepting for my community. This type of development takes away from Main Street, what we're proudly trying to restore. Let's talk about the money trail. We've gone from agricultural, magic wand, more money value for that land. We'll have another magic wand, more commercial, more money. He stated, what is being requested here? He said it many times in his presentation. More money on their side. That's what's being requested here. More money. Not quality of life, more money. Mr. Fletcher brought it up. Can we still contact the FDOT and make light changes and better our traffic? Yes, we can. Is that traffic from 75 to our high school rated D right now? Yes. Is a new development going to make that better? No. No. Walmart wants us here. Why? The distribution center is right there. Less miles between trips, more money. Let's think about delivery service these days. Delivery service. How many of you get a package a day from Amazon, from Walmart, right? Everyone in here does. Guarantee it. We're going to build a big box that's going to take away from our local businesses. That's going to hurt our local community. My mother sat up in your seat and fought Walmart 20-something years ago, right? The reason why it was stopped then was where it's being developed. And that ties into what's trying to be developed over here at Terra Farms. I'm very emotional tonight. I apologize for being so forceful speaking. I'm a big man. I know that. But I want you to know where my heart lays. It's in this city. I just came from the rec center. We have with a small community, we have one of the most magnificent legacy parks that we've done without Walmart, with our volunteer effort, our people in our community.
Thank you.
My last name is spelled just like no yes. I live on 188th Street, much farther down than the other speakers. In fact, I think I live the farthest down 188th. And I've sat here all evening listening to a lot of very eloquent speakers and speaking to you. And that entire time I sat looking at that great seal over your head. And I took the time to look up what that seal means. That seal in the top left quadrant represents the area's natural environment, its pastoral roots, the history tied to the land. The top right represents factories and industry. It symbolizes manufacturing and economic development, which is what we're all talking about. But it references Progress Park. It references the biotech incubator. It references those buildings that I helped build out there. It represents lumber, cotton, food processing, and railroads. The bottom left represents our plants, flowers, and agriculture, our farmland, our strong history in farming, our crops, and our cattle. The bottom right represents our recreation and our quality of life. I don't think we want that to read the good box community. I don't think we want it to say the big box community. I think we want it to represent what it was intended. And I think you can help with that. The other word that I haven't heard used an awful lot here is safety. Safety for our children, safety for our adults, safety for anybody who passes through here. I watch and I stop frequently at schools that I have to pass by. They have crossing guards. I never had a crossing guard when I went to school, but we've got them now for children at small intersections. The intersection that's being proposed at 441 in the entrance to the proposed project is a safety element. But it's also going to be one of those where someone who decides to go from the south to the north or vice versa is going to further delay the traffic, and people are going to get anxious and accidents are going to happen. Safety and that seal.
Thank you.
Don't forget.
Hello, Nathaniel Warner. I'm a local resident and business owner in Alachua County, and I had ChatGPT help me with this little speech. And it was interesting because I heard quite a few other speeches on the live stream as I was driving here. Sorry for being late. I don't really care about any of this because what I heard tonight was you have the opportunity to benefit about 10 or 20, maybe 30, 40 families. Okay. Everyone in support of this is going to directly benefit from it financially. When I moved my wife and I here so that we could raise our small daughters, it wasn't because we haven't been other places. I've lived in 17 states in 45 years. Okay. I've lived in Atlanta. I've lived in Miami. I've lived in a lot of these areas that have become developed. And the reason we chose this place is not because we wanted a Walmart nearby. I don't care if I have to drive an hour to get to a Home Depot that has the fitting that I need. I care about what my daughters are growing up in. And I think everyone up here probably has children and grandchildren. And I can understand the pressures. I was in the corporate world for 15 years. And I know what it's like sitting in a boardroom with people that are spending hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars on different software projects or development and growth projects and feeling that pressure. But what I'd like you to think about is if you have children and grandchildren, think about why you're here and think about why you love this place. Because what I can tell you, working for a corporate giant that doesn't really care about the little place, and if they can't get it here, they'll find another place and go develop. They don't live here. I live here. Your decisions are going to affect your grandchildren, your children, and the children of all the people that have spoken here. And I'm not saying it's bad what anyone here is doing. You're doing your jobs, and I commend you for that. When I was in your seat, I was doing the same thing. I was finding the best interest for our company and the most profitable path forward. But I don't want to have to move again. My wife and I have lived in 5 different homes from Ohio to South Florida, Middle Florida, and now we're here. And I love this area. And I think that what you've heard from the community is overwhelming support of your decision to stand up for that seal and to think about the future of this community. I know it sounds cliche, but I think that's what appeals to everyone here. Because if you're not an outside developer that's going to go home to your place somewhere else, you have to live with that decision. Whether you get voted off, whether you remain on the seat for years and years to come, those aren't threats or anything. But this is all of our community. And if we want to stand up for it, I think it can happen with a simple vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Bisher. Told my wife I'd be home at 8:30. I didn't tell her it'd be tomorrow at 8:30. Just want to address a few things that were brought up by the applicant. They said that there's a housing deficit, and they cited information from Florida. That is true. Florida does have a housing deficit, but it's not here. In fact, as I presented to you at the 2050 program, your growth curve here has flattened. So you're not growing at the rate that you think you're growing. And in fact, some of the information that I shared with you before is that even your projections are not based on actual facts. And I gave you a graph at a previous meeting that showed where the graph should be. 1,200 jobs, 1,200, I think that's already been brought up. That, that isn't really you're gonna end up with more people on subsidies, basically, because they're going to be lower paying jobs. Cited something in his report 6 and 7 about efficient, cost-effective use of the property, but the reality is that if you have this kind of sprawling pockets of villages that this is a piece of along 441, it's actually the most expensive form of infrastructure being provided. So it's going to cost the city more. People say, oh, well, Gainesville, they're building up and not out. And it's like, yes, that is the spirit of development. Is it's up and out is the most cost-effective use of city municipal funds and support. He stated there was no detriment to public health and welfare, and yet I think Sierra Club even got up here and talked about being adjacent to the former landfill, which has a EDP plume. Yet there was no discussion whatsoever of environmental site assessment phase 2. I think they would probably try to get away with a 1, which isn't nearly enough because it doesn't study everything that's actually necessary to protect public health and welfare. The information that was also given to you by Sierra Club doesn't actually show any sentinel wells on the property, so there's actually no way to even test where that plume extends to, as it hasn't been presented. In fact, it wasn't even disclosed to you, frankly, so that's an issue. Safety, children, right? By the way, EDP is great for protecting peanut plants, right? Keeps them healthy, keeps them alive. EDP kills people. Okay, so safety. You guys voted down Shaw Farms last year. Ladies, you were part of that vote to vote down Shaw Farms because of safety issues. At this very stage, you have this opportunity to do the same thing at this end of town. Thank you.
Thank you. If there'll be no other public comments, I would
Point of information, Madam Vice. One of the things is
Mr.
on here is the marking that this is a small planned land application on the application form. Again, this is a point of information. There's a question here.
I know I was going to ask a question.
Okay.
But go ahead. I'll let you.
My question is this the correct form? And if so, why is it not signed by staff?
Madam Vice Mayor, which form, the application form itself?
City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan Amendment Application.
You speaking of the top right-hand box that says office use only?
So that's the first part, but there's a second part on that form that seems a little bit interesting. This leads into.
Okay. The office use only box does not typically actually get used because we have to deal with so many paper copies. It's impractical for staff to actually handwrite in all of those paper boxes.
And then in our our Mooney code, right?
Mm.
Small scale developments are listed as 50 acres.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, state statute sets the threshold for small scale versus large scale future land use map amendments, and state statute in chapter 163 sets it at 50 acres. That was a recent amendment, so I'm going to anticipate your next question. That was a recent amendment within the last, I want to say 2023 was the year that occurred, but the land use attorney can correct me on that. That form has simply just not been updated since that point in time, which is why it still lists 10.
Since 2011.
That's correct, Madam Vice Mayor. It's on our list of things.
Okay. Because there's another form in there that I'm trying to understand is part of the application process, and that's the public school student generation calculation form.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a form that's part of the actual application process?
Madam Vice Mayor, that is a form that has to go per our education element of the comprehensive plan and per our interlocal agreement with the public school system. That does have to go as part of both the comp plan and as part of the rezoning.
Okay. And at what point does city staff sign it?
Madam Vice Mayor, that form is signed not by city staff, but by Alachua County School Board.
Okay, because on here, there's the school board staff certification, and then it says approved by city staff. Complete application of the Florham Development Project was accepted on date, signed, and printed name. Is that something that city staff does not sign at this stage, or they are supposed to sign at this stage?
Madam Vice Mayor, the school board has never made us aware of that box.
I'm looking at it.
I understand that. The school board who administers that form and tracks the concurrency has never made us aware of that box.
Okay, but what I'm saying is no one on our staff, the city staff, has signed off on this form.
Typically, no.
Okay. Do we know what a sign form looks like on this? Like from what the school board, is it just their name, or are they supposed to sign it with dates as well? Because it looks like we have an incomplete form right here.
Typically, they sign it. Well, they can sign it physically and then scan, or they can digitally sign in Adobe, which would include the timestamp, but they are supposed to date it either way.
Okay, because if this is our application material, I'm trying to understand why we have incomplete application material.
Mr. Mayor or Madam Vice Mayor, this is truly form over substance. It's a really bad pun, but it's late. The school board assessment at the land use level is preliminary by the school board, and you don't really drill down on that until you get to zoning. And you know exactly how many units are being built, et cetera, exactly how many students in what grades. So by the time you come in for a landing, right now you're really providing notice with all of these preliminary traffic and concurrency and water and solid waste and schools at the land use level. It serves as early warning to the developer and to the city, but it's not a final determination.
Madam Vice Mayor, also to clarify, I would note that the signed form by school board staff is included in the staff report exhibits.
Okay, do you know what page that number is?
Not in the PDF, but it is part of Exhibit D to the staff report for the quasi-judicial, and then let me try to find it in the staff report for the land use.
But it was excluded from this.
Let me verify. It appears that I may have missed adding it to Exhibit C of the land use staff report. At this time, I'd like to incorporate it by reference.
So is it in there?
By reference.
Okay, but we don't have it actually in the material.
I'm adding it by reference to the record of the hearing right now.
But I can't see it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. I cannot see this form now.
Madam Vice Mayor, the form is viewable by you at this moment in time. In the quasi-judicial item of the agenda, I would like to incorporate it by reference into this item of the agenda as well.
Okay, and is that in the staff report?
It's in the staff report, Exhibit D. I would also note that the school board member was not present at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and they did not provide comment.
You said it was Exhibit D?
It's included in Exhibit D.
So in the application on that, it goes up to Exhibit D, then it goes into the plan development agreement, and then right after that, it switches back to Exhibit A. Do I keep scrolling from there?
I'm not sure why it would be doing that.
Come on. Okay, it's on 112, it looks like. All right, and again, staff doesn't sign off on that.
Historically speaking, that's correct.
Okay, well, we might want to talk to the school board about removing us from that form.
Carson, one quick question before we close out. And regardless of the verdict tonight, is a big box, regardless of what we do, is going to be built on the farmlands?
I can't speak for the applicant, Madam Vice Mayor, on what the property owner may or may not do there. What I can say is that in the commercial zoning, the commercial intensive zoning that's currently on a portion of the property, a big box retailer would be permissible on that portion.
Madam Vice Mayor, at this time, you may want to call on the applicant to answer the list of questions that have come up this evening.
My concern is we have 30 minutes, and that's you get 4 minutes.
Need to extend, I would recommend.
I think we need to make another motion to extend for him to be able to answer everything that everybody's been here tonight to tell that he has the opportunity to answer. Do we need a, if we extend for another 30 minutes, do we need a break for the court reporter?
We need a 5-minute break and then a 30-minute extension would be more.
30 minutes? Can we get a motion to extend and then do a break?
I'll make a motion to extend for another 30 minutes with a 5-minute break beforehand.
Second.
I'll second that.
And then all in favor?
Aye.
My question is, do you want to have him answer or take the break now? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break instead of a 10-minute break, and we will report back at 11:35. Is it 11 or 10:30?
Yes.
Okay. Let's resume and have the applicant respond.
She's ready to go. Okay, thank you. It's very loud now. Um, Madam Vice Mayor, Acting Chair with the gavel here. We came in here with blank legal pads. I have over a dozen pages of notes here, and probably somewhere between Clay and I, 45 to 50 questions that were asked. Some are common, but in respect to the board and the city commission, respect to the public and the audience here, the prudent thing that we would hope you would consider is deferring this discussion to time certain to your next meeting on the 22nd. We have not even begun to talk about the zoning action here, and we would like the opportunity to consolidate all of our questions that we've heard through the course of this evening, respond to them professionally and diplomatically. We do need to clear up a couple things that are in the record tonight, though. So I don't think there's any scenario in which we can complete this in 25 minutes, and no good decisions are made after midnight. So as part of clarification of the record, I would like to state on the record that when we left these chambers on April 21st, we left this as a group. It was asserted that I made a pejorative comment about individuals or this proceeding in here, which is factually incorrect and needs to be removed from the record. There was no comment by myself, by Mr. Swager, or any other member of our team about the intellectual capacity or any comment about this body or its planning and zoning board. That needs clarification. So
point of order for our city attorney, because this is a legislative hearing, we can't strike anything from a record for this, can we?
I don't believe it's necessary, Jerry, to strike something from the record. I will say I've known Jerry for 40 years, and him to make a pejorative comment is just not in keeping with my knowledge of him or Clay or the other people on the staff, first. Secondarily, there is a provision in our civics, our civil procedure rules here that says that we're not going to make this a personal attack on the applicant, the respondents, none of that. And I nearly jumped into the conversation. I probably should have at that time because it's an inappropriate thing to argue in this proceeding. So my apologies for not jumping in when that did happen earlier.
So what I'm hearing is we continue. Yeah. Okay.
There is no more public comment. No questions, no comments. At the will, do we, on the board up here as commission, do we want to move this to the next commission meeting as it has been presented to us? Do we want to move to extend another 30 minutes with an end date of 12:30? I'm asking the will of my commission.
I think with the court reporter, I think she would be one to kind of chime in on that because she's been doing a wonderful job and her time is very valuable.
Do you feel if we motion to move it, obviously, to an additional 30 minutes with an end time of 12:30? Or
11:40.
50 minutes? So her will is to us to finish. Can
I hope not.
we can finish?
Madam Vice Mayor, in lieu of all of the comments, all of the information, all of the questions, all of the responses, I feel we may not do it in an hour. And I would certainly appreciate the responses from the applicants to all of the citizens' comments. So I would be in support of us deferring it to our, did you suggest, Jerry, our next meeting? Well,
Madam Chair, I suggested to the 22nd, which is your next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
I would be in favor of that.
Second.
Mr. Fletcher.
So, Ms. Vice Mayor, I guess one of the things I'd be wondering on this is that the assessment from the city manager was that the person who does the public notices was on bereavement, and that was the cause of the delay.
Yes, Vice Mayor, that was the reason for the delay.
Okay. Because I recall us having a very lengthy conversation about whether or not this counts as the first thing or second. So my question is are we, as the commissioners, is that something we want versus ignoring, no offense to the public or the applicant here, but it's a question of us. And that's the question, if that is something we would want to do.
That's what I asked.
Right. So if you feel that way, and we can't make a vote on this tonight, on this one? Well, I'll let my fellow commissioners make a motion then.
And for clarity, Madam Chair, we're not asking for a deferral. We're asking for a continuance of this meeting, given the hour and the volume of data and analysis that needs to be prepared to meet the public due process of this application. This is not asking for a deferral. This is asking you to continue this meeting.
Tomorrow.
8:30. Don't let them do.
Continuing. We don't need to wait until the next meeting.
Point of, I guess, order for our own procedures. So, again, point of order is here. If we are to defer this or a continuation, at what stage does that set at? Is it just a tabled of a motion that has been seconded, and we pause it at that spot and we continue there? Or what happens at that point in time?
So you're moving to continue it. The legislative proceeding that we have conducted thus far is the record that you have thus far. So you pick it up at the stage that you have ended this evening. In other words, Mr. Dienbach would get up at the next meeting and go through the list of questions and answers to those questions from his perspective, and then we would move on to the next stage. So we closed out public comment. We then would be the applicant's answer to the questions that were asked during this proceeding, and then you would begin your deliberation and your vote.
Point of information for the city manager, I guess, is how tight is our agenda looking on that day?
We would need to go back and review it.
Okay. Because I believe we had to go over the committees that we're supposed to have our committee assignment. So I want to make sure there's enough time for that as well.
City manager, so then you feel confident that we can look at that potentially?
Yes, Madam, we will go back and review it and prioritize the next agenda.
So is there a motion to do a continuance for our next city meeting and been second? Because I'm a little confused.
I'm concerned, how do we take care of the initial motion on the floor.
Madam Vice Chair, the question is,
How do we address the
oh,
current motion?
this motion is procedural because of the timing, so it supersedes that motion. Much the same as a motion to table would do.
We just want to be in order. So, Madam Vice Mayor, I move that we defer/continue this legislative hearing at our next city commission meeting, which is June 22nd.
I second.
Can I do an all call or individual?
All calls fine.
Can we do an all call vote for June 22nd? All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
So that would be a 4-1 vote. 4-1. Jacob, Fletcher, Miss Shirley Green Brown, Mayor.
Just do a quick roll call on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Jacob.
Nay.
Jackson.
Nay.
Miss Shirley Green Brown.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Myself will vote aye. So that is 3-2.
Point of order on this. Did we also move to table the following item?
It was remaining items on the agenda would be moved to the 22nd.
Okay.
Which would start with Jerry.
Yeah.
What do you need?
Motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
And I second.
Meeting adjourned. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry.